Oh. 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 Thoughts on the Cloudflare announcement? It's cool. Sorry, hold on. Oh. Did you see the Duncan dude getting BTFO'd? Six-hour stream. Seriously? Is this the Duncan, the guy that I argued with? Hold on one second. Hello. Oh, I saw they put. I didn't even know she had a sub. This is cute. They're doing the old SRS tactics where it's like If we can't if you can't target the sponsor, if you can't target the company, then you have to start going for every single person around them. It's like a totalitarian. Well, not I shouldn't say totalitarian, but it's like this top down. Like every single thing must die. Approach their customers and ask them to switch to alternatives. Convince investors that the CEO is hurting the company. And then like the funny thing is that like if they go for like customers and the customer says no, do they start going for customers of customers? Like Jesus Christ. Barrier servers are 20% of the internet. Yeah, true. Do you think if you debated Hassan now, you'd bring in people from his community? I'm not sure.
That's for sure for not playing Valorant with me. It's hard to tell.
Wait, what?
That's for sure for not playing Valorant.
Oh.
Not Steven, that's for sure for not.
Chill. Cringe. Sorry. Okay. What are we doing? Oh, I blocked that stock done left, dude. Jesus. See, SDL trying to get sneaker reported? Yeah, super cringe. But it is what it is. I don't care. What is this? 3-hour conversation.
Mikey.
What's up, guys? Welcome to Lost Planning the Interwebs. I'm your host.
This is the dipshit Duncan that was like telling me that like if you have sex with a girlfriend while she's sleeping, you are like a rapist or whatever, right? This guy. What the fuck? Bro. Holy shit. Leonardo DiCaprio girlfriend Camila Morone break up after 4 years of dating. Couldn't stay with her because he had to be present at the birth of his next girlfriend. Ben. Chill. Jesus. Let me introduce you to Dr. Scott Moser, who cuts the breasts off adolescent girls. Oh, how fucking weird. Matt Walsh is like unhinged. It's actually true. Kim destroyed her. Do you think children can consent to sex? If not, what makes consent to permanent disfiguring surgery any different? Minors actually can consent to sex. Each state has their own laws on this. Holy shit, she actually got fucking dumpstered. Oh my god. Hold on. Wait, fuck. Do I want to tweet about stuff relating to the age of consent? Actually, you know what? I don't need to tweet this. Never mind. I just realized I'm good on that.
Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota.
Oh, Scoot. Hi. I love you, buddy. I saw that you're retiring from Last Night on Destiny. The community loves you. We love you. I love you. Oh, is that a permaban I see?
And my guest, who I almost murdered with a very loud intro.
Yeah, in-ear headphones, not the greatest with that. I was trying to figure out the program to mute, but yeah.
Sorry,
no.
I should have warned you that that was loud because it does come in hot. This is my guest, Duncan MacLeod, over on Twitch. You can follow him. Oh, I got to add your link to the...
How are these guys friends? No way. This Duncan guy is so stupid. How can these two people actually be friends? There's no way. I don't think they're friends. Oh, they're chatting like they're chill.
about it. I think our audiences are different enough that it might not be the best.
Everyone's
It
STEM
might
for
be the
hamster
best to
hawk in
just be
chat.
like, nah, maybe we don't cross-link and we just have the conversation and move on.
Well, that's up to you. I'd happy to
Yeah.
do it. But
I'm
so, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Duncan McLeod, and we're gonna get to know each other first. That's
I
the
think that's a
first
good idea.
thing. But let me just briefly open a couple announcements. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central Time, I will be doing a painting stream, Warhammer painting with Heel versus Babyface, and Sargon
Warhammer
of Akkad.
painting.
We will just sit around,
Fucking
tell
nerds.
jokes, have fun conversation, and while we paint minis and be super nerdy and stupid. So that'll be fun. Thursday, I believe, let me double check my calendar here. I believe I will be interviewing Mr. Steve Gosney, which is, let's see, Thursday. Yes, Steve Gosney. He is a public defender in Florida. He just had some big developments in a major case. I'm going to talk to him about the nature of public defense in the United States, the critical aspects of it, the pitfalls of it, the frustrations of being a public defender. He has been on the show before for some commentary during the Curtis Reeves shooting, I believe, that trial. And so he will be welcome back, and we're going to do a full interview with him on Thursday. So some interviews to look forward to. And then Friday, I won't be on for a night stream at all, because that is the time I take my family to camp and we go and have fun, family time doing that. So Friday, I will probably not be streaming. I may, depending on how the day works out, get some sort of daytime stream in, but we'll see how that goes. Without further ado, though, Duncan, welcome.
What's up?
I don't know, man.
Yeah. Okay. So I wanna try and establish something first. Is I've been accused in previous well, you don't like debates, so conversations. I have been accused of misrepresenting the people I'm talking to or misquoting them. So
right, I think that happens all the time on the internet, and usually unintentionally.
Yeah. So I think this time I'm going to err on the side of caution and ask a few questions. So the first thing first, you had Noel from Kiwi Farms on the other day, and I caught a few moments of that live stream. It was, again, quite late for me, so...
Sweet deal. It was a good stream.
Yeah. So your position on Kiwi Farms is that it is a site that should be protected?
It's a site that is protected.
Okay. It is protected by free speech, etc.
By the First Amendment and Section 230 of the U.S. Code. But yeah.
So your argument is because of that, we shouldn't take down Kiwi Farms because they're not doing anything illegal. That's your position on Kiwi Farms, or do you support what Kiwi Farms is doing in a moral capacity as well? Do you believe that what they're doing is moral?
What they're doing is
what they do. What happens on the forum? I mean, let's be completely clear here. What their forum is centered around is harassing people, right? Like that's.
I disagree with that completely.
Okay. Do you believe that they harass people?
I believe that some users on the forum may from time to time harass people, yes.
Do you believe that that Null or Josh or whatever you want to call him supports that harassment?
God damn it, dude. Nobody's good at having any, like, okay. Kiwi Farms is not a forum that is dedicated to harassment. Generally, they talk about shit there, and it stays on the forum generally. But obviously, there are people that go outside the forum and harass people. That's an easy give me, right? That's like, you just admit that. Like, is it a website dedicated to harassment? No. But is it a website where people obviously, like, can from that website go and harass other people? Obviously. That's like, it's not even, that's an easy give me. Come on. He said that. In a very, 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 very couched way. I think you can just, that's an easy gimme immediately. Like, they're posting doxes on the website, which some people might say in and of itself is a form of harassment, which I think is probably valid. You can say that in and of itself is harassment. You're repeating what Rakita said?
That the
forum may from.
Do you believe that they harass people?
I believe that some users on the forum may from time to time harass people, yeah.
I feel like that's a little bit too couched. So, like, people in DGG may from time to time harass people. Like, Kiwi Farms, when you're posting doxes on the actual board, I feel like you're a step further. But maybe niggas trying to be really cautious.
Do you believe that that Null or Josh or whatever you want to call him supports that harassment or thinks that harassment is good or okay?
According to how the farms is run, that harassment is punished by banning. So no, I don't think he thinks that's okay.
Okay, so when he pins the threads of people who have recently been harassed and, you know, highlights in when his site was taken down and it was a highlight and a pin of a copy of Keffels' thread, you don't think that that was sort of encouraging the behavior that's been occurring?
What behavior?
The harassment, the doxing, the swatting, that kind of stuff.
Who swatted Keffels?
Kiwi Farms user of, I mean,
which one?
Even if it,
who?
Right. Do we know that? I would say it's probably a safe bet that they did, but you don't really know that, right?
How do you know? How do you know it was Kiwi Farms? How do you know anybody on that site swatted Keffels?
Okay. I think that is
immaterial.
I mean, it's a pretty good fucking question, isn't it?
It's an interesting
leveled
question.
the accusation. You're like, Kiwi Farms swatted Keffels. You said that with perfect assertion. So let's see where it's from Kiwi Farms.
On the balance of probabilities based on Kiwi Farms' history.
Is balance of probabilities like a good enough way to shut something like that down? I don't know about that one, Chief.
And the fact that people that they create threads on tend to get swatted, tend to get harassed, tend to get doxxed. The fact that in the Kiwi Farms now Telegram, they are publicly talking about doxing Keffels. They are publicly, they literally on the forums figured out what Keffels' hotel was based on the bed sheets. And that went on the Keffels thread on Kiwi Farms, and then she was harassed again at the hotel. So, you know, on the balance of probabilities, I'm not saying, you know, a court of law beyond reasonable doubt, all of that. I'm saying on the balance of probabilities, you know, based on genuine, like just looking at the situation and reasoning logically, we can reason that it's probably some form of Kiwi Farms being used to push this harassment and doxing. And
okay, so some form of Kiwi Farms is being
behavior.
used
yeah,
too.
like no, some form of behavior on Kiwi Farms. Like it is on Kiwi Farms that these people are congregating, gathering, and planning, right?
Planning?
They don't deny it. They literally
what?
brag about it in their planning to dox somebody.
Planning to dox. Okay,
people.
let's talk about what doxing is. What's doxing?
Releasing people's information, private information.
What private information was released about Keffels?
Her address, the hotel.
Why is that? Wait, when did an address become private?
When did an address become private? If you don't want your address to be
Duncan, come on, dude. So okay, this is the next 20 minutes of this argument is probably gonna be this, okay? So this is something that I mentioned before that's really hard, is a lot of people have a visceral reaction to doxing, which you should. Doxing is a really shitty thing to do. As somebody who's been doxed multiple times, I can tell you that. By Kiwi Farms, doxing is a really shitty thing, for sure. But why is it so hard to make doxing, like, illegal? Well, is it technically against the law? Well, what are we actually doing here? Like, we're not really republishing, or we're not publishing private information. Sometimes that can happen. Is an address really private? It's hard to draw a line between what is breaking the law or not. I think that if Duncan wants to argue about what doxing is, Duncan needs to focus on it's usually, I would say that doxing is not posting somebody's private information. Doxing is not revealing something that was previously unrevealed. Doxing is compiling information in one area about a person, generally for the purposes of harassment. That's more or less what like doxing is. So like it might be the case that you've posted a picture of yourself at a beach, and it might be the case that you have mentioned something online about a certain type of hotel food. But if I bring that together and I go, they were at this beach and they mentioned this thing, and I know that's only served by this place in Cancun, here's that information. You're compiling information and you're putting it in one area, usually for the purposes of harassment. That's what doxing is, more specific than just publishing information. I don't think just publishing information is enough. It doesn't get you very far in these conversations, especially with a fucking lawyer who's probably going to smash you over the head with, well, what is being done that's illegal, right? And doxing isn't really illegal in any sense of the word, or I've never heard in my life of any legal precedent or law case where somebody's gotten in trouble for reposting public information.
Public information, it's private information. That's just
okay, so do you receive mail at the address?
From my perspective, as somebody who's
I'm asking your opinion.
If you receive mail at an address, that does not mean that it is not private from, for example, the internet. It's not like saying, this is where I live to the internet, and releasing where someone lives on the internet by American law is illegal, right?
No, completely untrue. Completely untrue.
Wait, what did Duncan just say? Sorry.
Like saying, this is where I live to the internet, and releasing where someone lives on the internet by American law is illegal, right?
There are so many websites where I can go and look up right now. I can Google first name, last name, address, and I can find where people live. What are you talking about? Come on, dude. Oh, God, he's like totally unprepared for this conversation. Like,
right?
No, completely untrue. Completely untrue. Yeah.
You think people's addresses aren't private? No, you can. Well, I don't even know if I want to say it now. Bro, there are like county registrars where you can go and look up like who buys and sells houses, like who owns houses. That's all a matter of public record, my dude. Like housing transactions are a matter of public record in wherever you live in the United States. And somebody said, this is different in EU. That's why he's saying that probably. No, hold on. In some countries in Europe, it's even fucking worse. Some countries in Europe have entire governments that host the public information of every single person online. Some governments in Europe literally have it so you can look up how much people paid in fucking taxes last year. It's like a matter of public record. Yeah, geez. Did my mic just die? No, okay. But anyway, sorry. Jeez, sorry.
So doxing somebody in America is legal.
Yes.
100% free speech. Now, when you type in...
How do you not
when you type
know
in
that?
doxing someone in America...
Bro, if it was illegal, then Nick would be a fucking moron. What kind of a dumb fuck lawyer would go on to stream to defend an obviously illegal activity? Why would you think it's illegal? Come on.
There have been different definitions of doxing throughout the years.
So,
releasing actual private information that is obtained illegally can be...
So the fact that they released her social security number...
That's actually free speech
Telegram. Too. No, because reading here... from the Rodriguez Law Group, AER Law Group in the United States.
I don't know about social security number.
To gather your personal information. Examples of sensitive information include, but is not limited to, social security number, street address, workplace details, financial information, and family numbers. That is all covered under doxing in the United States.
I mean,
there's no doxing law.
Sensitive information.
Yeah.
When it's
releasing someone's social security number is
not illegal, no.
I don't know if it's the publishing of a social security number that's illegal or if it would be the method of intrusion used to gain it. That might be the illegal part. Like, is it legal to publish a social security number? Maybe, but is it legal to hack it out of a database? Almost certainly not. But it's probably going to depend on how you get the information. Destiny, rentals are not a matter of public record, although that doesn't necessarily make it illegal to disclose. Who you're renting to probably isn't, but the building owner will be public record. But I guess if you're renting, technically, that could be a way to obfuscate.
I know it's really uncomfortable. Don't get me wrong. Like, and I don't want social security numbers released, and I don't want addresses released. Not a big fan of it.
I find it interesting when people have been prosecuted for this, and it is.
Who's been prosecuted in the United States for doxing? Is there a case law on this? Anybody? I'd be curious to hear about that.
Prosecution for. This is a fun trap question with law.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a lowly geneticist, so this is not my specialty, right? But penal code.
This guy had no shot as actually a geneticist, right? Kill me.
653.2.
What state?
Up to a year in jail. I believe that this particular blog's about California.
Okay, California Penal Code 6.352.
6.5. .3.2.
653.2. Okay, give me a second. I'll.
Electronic cyber harassment law in California makes it a crime to send electronic communications such as emails or text messages with the intent of placing the recipient in reasonable fear for his or her safety or that of his or her immediate family. Misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year in jail. By means of an electronic communications device without consent of the other person and for the purpose of imminently causing the other person unwanted physical contact, injury, or harassment by a third party, electronically distributes, publishes emails, hyperlinks, or makes available for downloading personal identifying information, including but not limited to a digital image of another person or an electronic message of a harassing nature about another person, which would likely to incite or produce an unlawful action, is guilty of a misdemeanor punishable by law. Has anybody been prosecuted in this for like publishing an address, or is this for like posting a picture of a person like at a house and saying like somebody go kill them? I wonder if anybody's actually been prosecuted for a harassing nature of a nature that a reasonable person would consider seriously alarming, seriously annoying, seriously tormenting, or seriously terrorizing of the person that serves no legitimate purpose. Ex-Dem staffer pleads guilty to doxing McConnell, others in GOP during guilt. Hold on. Former House Democrat staffer pleads guilty to 5 federal offenses relating to posting online the personal information of 5 Republican senators. What are the charges? The charges against him include making public restricted personal information. So what is restricted personal information? Computer fraud, witness tampering, and obstruction of justice. So we would need to see, what is this making public restricted personal information? He might have gotten it through government communications. Yeah. But this is interesting. If it says that if one of the charges, when it says including making public personal restricted information, I wonder if the charge there then is for hacking the particular thing. Wait, what? Hold on. Oh my God. Sorry. District man sentenced to 4 years for stealing Senate information and illegally posting restricted information of U.S. Senate. I wonder what that restricted information means. Federal law prohibits the disclosure of restricted personal information pertaining to certain covered individuals and their families. Under this law, restricted personal information means social security numbers, home addresses, personal email addresses, personal mobile phone numbers, and home phone numbers. Dissemination of publicly accessible information for a covered person probably falls. So what is a covered person under this federal statute? Does that include like lawmakers? Keffels is Canadian. Why look at California? Well, that's true too. It's an international thing. But I'm curious if this is actually illegal in even just California. That'd be interesting if it was true. I know that California tried to pass pretty aggressive privacy laws. Like I think California was the first state to make like revenge porn illegal. I'm just not sure if people have actually been prosecuted yet under these charges. So Low Tier Goddess made a video on Gideon regarding his Twitch Respond video, and Gideon didn't take it the right way. Why are you linking me a 20-minute video while I'm in the fucking middle of...
You know?
Jesus. Here's the law. The term covered person means an individual designated in section 1114B, a grand or petite juror, witness, or other officer of the court or an officer. Oh, okay. So this, okay, an informant or witness in a federal criminal. Okay. So this covered person refers to specific people, not just anybody. Okay, sorry, I was just curious what this was. Boom, boom. All right.
I'll pull it up. See, this is a part with American law, Penal Code 653.2. Let's see if we can grab this.
Here we go.
This is a fun part of how American law works.
State law versus
no, not state versus federal. No, so we have this cool thing called the First Amendment.
Yeah.
And it is extremely broad and extremely powerful. It's one of the most protected things that
world.
has persisted in American law. It's shockingly under the leadership of Chief Justice Roberts, free speech has actually been protected and probably expanded. And this is the part that makes people really uncomfortable, because it's really easy to go read a law from California that says it's illegal to do this thing. But when this thing that you're doing involves speech, what the courts tend to have to do afterwards, and I haven't read on this particular statute yet, but we can pull it up. But on the other statute in California that comes up with Kiwi Farms, which is encouraging suicide, for example, it says it is unlawful to encourage suicide. All right. So that's the statute. But when you actually read what the court has defined as the 5-element test for the unlawfulness, one of the critical elements is that the encourager has to do something more than mere words, has to participate in some way in the action, such as by providing the means for the suicide to occur. So if I say, kill yourself, you incel, like, that's not a crime in California, even though it says it is. Like, you should kill yourself, you incel. That would be, by the word of the law, that's a criminal act. However, what I would have to do is something further, like say, you should kill yourself, you incel, here's a bullet and a gun, why don't you put it in your mouth and pull the trigger? That would be the next step that's required for the actual test. And I know that's not written in the statute, but that's how the courts have to apply it when they balance that statute against the First Amendment. Otherwise, the whole statute gets struck as unconstitutional, either overbroad or void for vagueness.
So what about depraved heart murder? Is that not a thing in the US?
Depraved heart murder is a thing in the US, yes.
Right. So if you create a situation, for example, if you harass somebody, and I'm not saying that this has happened on Kiwi Farms, because
again, you're saying this word you're saying this word harassment, right. and there's like two versions of harassment. There's colloquial common use harassment, which is like me calling your house and saying you're a butt face or something, right? Like that's harassment. I'm in the store and I'm like yelling at you.
If somebody can get a restraining order against you for something and it's legally defined as harassment, you've got a restraining order for harassment. Right. That would be harassment. Yes. Okay. So if you harass somebody, right, and you make their life difficult enough to the point where they say they're going to kill themselves, and then they kill themselves, right, and they have warned you that because of your actions they're going to kill themselves, you
they have a restraining order at this point?
No, they don't have to. They don't have to, right? Like, that's not part of it. If the person informs you that they are going to kill themselves because of your actions, and you continue with malicious actions, with malicious intent, including telling them to kill themselves, go on, do it. If you then
where
say
are you
that,
telling them to kill themselves?
Is that not? It doesn't matter, does it?
Oh yes, it very much matters.
Form of communication
oh yeah, 1 billion% yes.
For depraved heart, so nobody's ever been. You don't believe in the United States anybody has ever been tried for depraved heart murder for behavior over the internet?
Yeah, she got convicted of manslaughter. The chick that I think you're referring to.
Well, that's depraved heart murder, no?
No.
Like, that's murder normally comes down as a second-degree murder or manslaughter. Varying degrees of
manslaughter and depraved heart murder are different.
But no, manslaughter. What I'm saying is depraved heart murder gets pled down, and it says here on the page I'm reading, regularly gets pled down from second-degree murder to either third-degree murder or manslaughter.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it does. This case wasn't a plea deal. This was a conviction by jury. This was a girl who encouraged her boyfriend to kill himself. Now, what she did was sit on the phone with him while he was sitting in a car in a garage, filling with fumes, right? So he would suffocate and die. And she's like, you need to kill yourself. You're a piece of shit. You're garbage. You're just worthless. And then he eventually was like, I can't do it. I'm out. And she's like, get back in there, you pussy. Jesus. Nobody ever loved you. Nobody ever did. Like, the amount of messages she sent was massive. And it's still an extremely controversial conviction.
So there aren't, but there are threads with hundreds. Yeah, but the thing is that it happens, right? So we can get into the legal minutia, and you can argue that. Okay, so your argument is really everything that they do is legal.
No,
right? Is it that critical though?
Because there are illegal acts that have occurred on Kiwi Farms, of course.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, but that's not my point.
There's
right?
illegal acts that have occurred on Twitter.
Are people, is this going to court? Are we trying, is anybody trying to get Joshua Moon arrested right now, other than maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Why the fuck would anybody try to get Joshua Moon arrested?
No, but that's what I'm saying. That people are trying to get Cloudflare to drop them. Is that anything to do with the law? Why is it not free speech to be able to say, hey, Cloudflare, you should drop these people?
Who said that they shouldn't say that Cloudflare should drop them?
But that's where I'm trying to establish your position. You believe that Kiwi Farms should be protected, should be kept online, yes?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. And you believe that that's because of the First Amendment, and that's why you were, yucking it up with Josh. Well, okay.
Yucking it
Why
up.
do you believe that Kiwi Farms should be kept online then?
Okay, so
I'll
the
ask
First
you.
Amendment is critical because it protects you from the government shutting you down from speech
Yes,
that the
I
government
understand
doesn't
that.
like.
I understand
Right.
it's about government. It's First Amendment's freedom of speech, not freedom from consequences, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I get
Right.
that. I get.
But there's a core principle that the First Amendment was based on, and it's not binding because the founders couldn't bind someone else's speech to protect my speech. I mean, they kind of can in very limited circumstances, but they couldn't fully do that. They knew that they could only bind government because that's what the Constitution was doing.
Yeah.
The Constitution was a list of restrictive liberties, especially the Bill of Rights. So when they did that, they said this, but it's based on this principle that everybody, even someone you don't like, you find vehemently repulsive, even me, for example, gets to say what they want to say. And I think my personal position is that as a society, we should tolerate all legal speech to the maximum extent allowable by law. That we
Okay,
should
so
just
you-
collectively
so-
decide to say, well,
Is
I
that
don't
not
really...
the tolerance? Is that not the tolerance paradox, though, that we should tolerate the
Oh,
intolerant?
do you really think Nick is going to buy into the tolerance paradox, or the paradox of intolerance? Is what you're talking about?
That's literally the tolerance paradox, though?
No, it's
Is that
not a
not-
tolerance paradox because it's not
No,
based
that's
on whether...
it's defined as the tolerance paradox, saying that we
No.
should be tolerant of everybody, including the intolerant, because everybody should be allowed to have their say. No.
I mean, well, yes, we should be inclusive of the intolerant, of course, because everybody should have their say. But I'm saying based on the principles of free speech and the limits of the First Amendment, we shouldn't be limited to, well, we can only stop government from doing this. But I'm also not saying that the government needs to intervene and save kiwi farms. The government can only intervene and save kiwi farms from itself. But should we
okay.
allow kiwi farms to exist just collectively as a society? Yeah, and if everybody would just fuck off from talking about kiwi farms all the time, the number of people who would know about it would plummet dramatically.
I mean, sure, I agree that Kiwi Farms has been driven by the people who are upset that Kiwi Farms is harassing them almost as much as it's been driven
How
by
is
the
kiwi
user
farms
base.
harassing them?
Jesus, look, we can go around that circle over and over and
Yes,
over again.
we should go around that circle because we haven't done it
I
yet.
believe these threads on Kiwi Farm are harassment. I believe that
How?
they are. I believe that targeting people and having a repository of information about them for the sole purpose of making their lives as difficult as possible, I believe that that is harassment.
How
And
does the
that's what
person
they
find out
do.
about their kiwi farms thread?
Does that matter? I
Yes,
don't think
critically,
that that's
it's
important.
critically
I
fucking
don't
important.
I don't think it's important. People have
Well,
talked
under
about me on Kiwi
American
Farms,
law,
right?
it's critically important.
But
Because we're
I'm
talking
not
about harassment.
we're talking about morality at this point, right? Like, okay, I believe that what is done on Kiwi Farms is pretty immoral. It's really shitty, right?
Sure,
we-
I
can we-
think that
am I
some
allowed to
things
say
done
that?
on... Yeah, I think that plenty of things done on kiwi farms is pretty
Okay.
shitty. People talk a
So-
lot of shit about me, my wife, and my family on kiwi farms. For example,
I'm sure.
they say some of the worst shit. It's completely untrue, and oh well.
Have you ever been swatted?
Yes,
You have. You've been swatted. People have shown up at your
yeah,
door with a gun.
5 times in a
and-
row.
Wow, that sucks. And I feel bad for you. But why are
feel
you
bad
then
for me, too.
defending the people that almost certainly put that together?
They did not swat me. Like, if you
Okay,
think
so somebody
kiwi
else did it.
farms swatted me, you're silly.
Okay, I don't know who swatted you. I'm just saying.
I don't know who swatted me either, and that's a critical point. You know who Keffels doesn't know swatted Keffels?
I think it's
Anyone,
a safe assumption.
right?
I think it's a safe assumption, right? Like, I
But
get
safe
that.
assumptions don't work. Like, we don't get to base whether
Well,
we
no,
punish
safe-
someone on
safe-
an assumption.
Safe assumptions work when you're calling for a service to drop a website.
Oh my God,
We're
but what
not-
if they didn't do it?
Who gives a shit? It's a shitty website. I don't care.
Oh my God! Why
You
would you concede the whole debate? What do you mean? Who gives a shit? That's kind of central to your argument, bro.
Are the arbiter of what gets to be online based on your personal fucking opinion?
Well, are you not? Do you not
No.
think Keffels... Did you not state that you thought that Keffels should be offline and that she shouldn't be allowed to have the platform she has?
No.
No?
No, I
What
did
did you
not
mean?
state that.
What did you mean specifically then when you said that she should go up against the wall? What were you talking about there when you said that?
What was I talking about there? It's an idiomatic and hyperbolic description of an ideal place where these people would not be allowed.
Oh, see, look, this is where our Wittgensteinian language concepts can come in. I hope I'm slaughtering the fuck out of every time I quote him or cite him or whatever. But it was pretty obvious that when Nick was saying that, he wasn't making a genuine assertion that as a point of policy, or as something that I wish would genuinely happen, is this person should actually go up against the wall. He was probably using a phrase to just express extreme disgust. Kind of like when you tell somebody to kill themselves. You don't really want them to kill themselves. What you're really saying is, fuck you. Except for when we're talking to Yasuo players.
Access to children without their parents' consent.
Wittgenstein.
What were you specifically referring to?
Wittgenstein.
But what is the wall? Where does that idiom come from? Where does it come from? What's the origin of it?
I said it on my show. That's the origin of the idiom.
So nobody's ever said you should be up against the wall before. You don't think that?
I'm sure somebody has said you should be up against the wall before. I've seen twerking videos, for example.
When other people have said that in the past, do you think that maybe they've been talking about something specific?
I don't care what other people have said in the past.
So this is plausible deniability. You're basically trying to say, I didn't mean it that way because I've never heard somebody, I just came up with it on my stream out of nowhere.
No, I've heard plenty of people say it. I already said that. I've already said that I've heard plenty of people say get on the wall in different contexts.
Okay, and you just didn't know the origin of that. So you were just
I don't care what
unaware.
the origin of it is. Do you know the origin of it? You know the first time someone said get on the wall?
I know the origin of that as a phrase, yes. It was,
what is the origin of it?
Specifically,
who's the first
that
person
phrase,
to say it?
It's specifically talking about the execution of people in concentration camps.
But you don't know
that phrase. It is there was
really
a very well-known wall. Yeah.
Wait, is that actually true? You're going to the wall was about concentration camps? Was that the first time it was? I assumed it was like a gulag reference or whatever. Does anybody have a source to this? I thought they buried people in ditches and shit in concentration camps. And like put them in the fucking gas chambers and stuff. Merriam-Webster's dictionary. Let's find out. Oh. Go to the wall. The earliest uses of the phrase go to the wall are in the 16th and 17th century to mean to succumb or give way to struggle. Since the earliest use of the phrase drew an analogy to a struggle, I think the most likely a classic street fight or a weaker party might find one. That's to go to the wall. This isn't really the same thing. Huh. Weird. Okay.
That's the first time someone said get up on the wall is execution of people in concentration
When talking
camps.
about in this particular context of saying
what
that you
particular
want the
context?
person removed, when you're saying that you want the person removed from society or from access to kids, as you put it.
Yeah, I don't want people who harm children to have access to children.
How does Keffels harm children?
Oh God.
Ask Keffels.
No. I'm asking you. That's the conversation we're having. You said that Keffels harms children. I'm asking you.
No,
how
I
harm
said
children?
if Keffels was doing what Keffels said.
You said she did.
Yeah, I feel like Nick has been a little Weasley here. But okay.
I said if Keffels was doing what she did, Keffels said that she was providing HRT to minors without their parents' consent.
Did she
Keffels
say that?
said that. Yes, 100%.
HRT. You sure she said HRT? Because
oh my God, they're both like in ultra fucking autistic land.
Are not HRT. You understand the difference, right?
Do you want me to look up
This is where I specialize. This is where I specialize, right? So
yeah, but I'm not arguing genetics.
But she was talking, biology, but she was talking about a charity that she supports. That's the tweet you're talking about, yes? Well, genetics
I mean, there were a couple
biology,
different
right?
ones.
No?
Well, I don't know. You're making the disambiguation between genetics and biology. I'm not arguing genetics.
What are we even talking
about
right now?
It's like saying that, a psychiatrist isn't a doctor.
Just because genetics is your specialty doesn't mean you have any fucking idea whatsoever about fucking pharmacology. Why the fuck would you say that? That's like somebody saying like, oh man, like I cut myself. And it's like, oh, you cut yourself? Well, I'm a scientist. I study physics. Like, let me help you out there. The fuck? Why the fuck would you have any background in genetics and you anything to do with medicine or like, theoretically, it's not even theoretically, it's a totally different field. It doesn't necessarily confer knowledge from one place to the other.
They are still a doctor. They specialized in psychiatry. That kind of
I'm not making the disambiguation you were. So like, I don't care.
Okay. All right. So the the difference is that HRT is not the same thing as a puberty blocker. They're not the same thing, right?
I don't want kids to have puberty blockers without their parents' consent either.
Why not?
Oh God.
Because
How
I
did they
don't
get
want
here?
children making permanent life-changing medical decisions without their parents' consent.
Are puberty blockers
I was
permanent
gonna
or
say
life-changing
it's not
medical
permanent.
decisions?
Yes,
There's no evidence of that.
there's plenty of it.
In fact, puberty blockers have been used for nearly 200 years. They're a medication
Great.
that's been developed, and they've been used in
And
kids
prescribed by
undergoing
doctors,
early,
right?
and they've been used in kids who have
And
been
with their
undergoing early
parents'
puberty.
consent?
They've been prescribed in kids, can I finish? Who have been undergoing early puberty for hundreds of years, yes? So they have been determined by much
Nick's gonna lose it.
testing
Oh,
and
no.
also years of use that they are
Okay.
safe and reversible. There are no studies that show that they are not safe and reversible. They do
Yeah, I
have
disagree.
temporary side effects while they are being used. For example, they do reduce bone density while they're being used by about 4% in cases, right? Like,
How
that
many
is a
puberty
fact.
blockers have you taken as a child?
Do I have to take puberty blockers to be able to read the scientific literature?
Did I say you had to take puberty blockers to be able to read the
Bro,
scientific
these
literature?
guys.
Well, you're asking if I've taken them, so I have to
Yeah.
have my
No,
own
I'm not.
experience with them in order
You
to say
keep
that they're safe
adding
and
this.
reversible.
You have this habit.
Okay.
I don't know if it's like a Keffel's infused thing, but there's this habit of adding like a second part to a thing.
Okay,
that's
I
said.
have never taken any puberty blockers.
Okay, next question. Would you give your child puberty blockers?
If they wanted them, yes.
Really? Just, I don't know. Dad, I want puberty blockers. You're going to give them to your kid?
Dad, I believe I might be trans. I don't want to go through a puberty that I might not want permanently, and therefore I would like to have puberty blockers until I can make that decision. Yeah, have puberty blockers. Go see a
No
doctor.
doctor.
get puberty
No
blockers.
doctor. You're like, here you go. Have all the puberty blockers you want.
I mean, if it was legal, yeah. I mean, I come from
Wait,
a
so
family
it's
of
not
doctors, so I
legal to give kids puberty blockers without a doctor or a parent?
it's not legal for me to prescribe anything without a doctor.
Oh, well, gee, weird. I wonder why I would hold the position that this is not an okay thing for someone to be doing without
think that
parental
legal,
consent.
You think legal and okay are the same thing? You think legal and good
What
the
are we
same thing?
talking about
No,
right
absolutely
now?
not.
Morality
I'm a
from the
lawyer.
law. Okay. All right. So I think it's okay. I just don't think it's legal. And I would not need my kids to go on puberty blockers without a doctor, because I would get them to a doctor, get them prescribed, and they'd go on puberty blockers. Because I'm a decent person who wouldn't prevent my child from having puberty blockers if they thought they needed them. Right?
Yeah.
So
And some
if
people
I
might
was in a
disagree
situation,
that makes you a decent person, by the way.
I don't care.
Oh, weird. Good. I'm glad you don't. Like, literally, I'm very glad that you don't care.
I don't care about the opinions of bigots. Yeah, it's not something that bothers me.
Ooh.
Me too.
So
B word.
So my position
Coming
is if
out.
a child needs puberty blockers or wants puberty blockers, right? And they believe that they're trans, and if the parent is preventing that from happening, I don't believe that children are the property of parents, and I don't believe parents should be able to withhold any medical treatment from children based on their beliefs. Just like I do not believe a parent.
I think a genetics specialist has a better grasp of pharmacology than a physicist. I actually fully 100% and totally reject that. I think I've talked to enough educated people now to know that, like, especially the more specialized your field gets, I don't think that necessarily confers any understanding whatsoever of medication from one field to another, especially genetics. I think that medicine in particular, medicine seems like a pretty specialized field, such that, like, I might even say that I don't think I would even trust like a broader biologist to have an opinion on medication. I think that these two things are quite different. But a geneticist, especially not. No, I absolutely not.
Jehovah's Witness parents should be able to prevent their child from having a blood transfusion, even if the child wants it to save their life. I don't think that that's okay. Unfortunately, it is the law that they can do that, but I don't think it's okay. And if
not
I was a
quite,
doctor,
but
I
okay.
would risk my
It's
medical.
only doctors and pharmacists. I guess I'm just saying that, like, this sets off my bullshit alarm, and I'm 33 now. I've done this long enough, and you can take it or leave it. If you don't want to trust me, that's fine. But if I was in a debate and somebody says, oh, hold on, we're going to talk medicine, this is my area of specialty, I'm a geneticist, I would instantaneously assume that either one, you're lying about your education, two, you're very poorly educated, or three, you're hoping that I don't know how uneducated you are. Because that statement is absurd. That's an absurd statement. 100%. I would instantly, my bullshit alarm is going off like a million. Bro, I've literally had people in here, I think we had a physician in here. He was either a physician or he was a guy doing his residency who was saying, I don't want to make too strong a statement about mRNA vaccines because that wasn't my area of specialty. The guy was a fucking doctor. He was a fucking doctor, okay? And he was saying that he wanted to be really careful when he was talking about like things related to immunology and vaccines. So for this guy to be like, oh, I'm a geneticist, I know everything about medicine, bullshit. Fuck you. Absolutely not. Don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't even know what he means when he says a geneticist. I don't believe it. Yeah, I don't believe it. I don't even know what it means to be a geneticist. I don't even know if that's like a thing that you can get like a master's in, or if you have to be more specialized. I don't even know. But yeah, fuck this guy. I wouldn't trust it. I wouldn't trust it. But
medical degree. To...
Also, here's another thing. This is another bullshit alarm that I've got going off. And again, like I said, I've done this for a long time. I can immediately tell. There are people that when I talk to them, they'll say something along the lines of like, "Oh, I have a specialty in this area. When you do X, Y, and Z, it can cause, recombinant actions, blah, 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 blah." And they start talking, I'm like, oh shit, hold on. You got to slow the fuck down because you're obviously really far ahead of me in this. I need you to like catch me up. That happens sometimes, okay? But when somebody just hangs it out there, oh, I'm a specialist in this, and then they start talking like a retarded Redditor, bullshit. Duncan has not said a single thing in this conversation that I wouldn't expect a 15-year-old to be able to grasp. Okay, so if you're gonna hang out your education there, usually somebody will do that when they talk to me, and it either goes one of two ways. Either they hang it out there and they say something, and then they start talking and I'm like, oof, you're super specialized in this area. Like, slow down. I need you to catch me up. Like when I talk like Rem about philosophy, or when Pisco or one of my lawyer friends comes in and starts talking about law, I'm like, oh, substantive due process. Like, okay, hold on. I don't even know what that means. You got to catch me up, right? Yeah, well, then they can catch me up. But when somebody just hangs it together, they're like, oh, well, I have a specialty in genetics and puberty blockers. In one study, only 4% bone density. You're not saying anything that comes from your specialty. Like, if you would have never told me that you had any kind of specialized education in this area, I would have never guessed it. If Pisco or Esports Batman or Appleiz were to come into chat and start talking about law, after some point I'd be like, are you like a fucking lawyer? Or are you a law student? Because like, obviously you're educated in this area. Duncan has never said a single thing. I'm like, wow, this guy sounds like he's pretty educated. Like, he must know. He doesn't sound like it at all. He sounds like a fucking Alabrel spinoff. Like, yeah, I don't know, just... Like, I don't like it when people I don't like it when people like bring off or when people bring out like a law degree, or I'm sorry, not law degree, when people bring out any degree, but then nothing you're saying makes me feel like you're educated. Like, it doesn't sound like you're you're yeah, I haven't gotten that. But maybe, to be fair, maybe Duncan will say something and I'll be like, oh shit, I don't even know what he means when he says that. Maybe he'll say something and then later on I'll feel like he's way more educated than I thought. But when he says he's a geneticist, this is what it sounds like to me. This is my guess. I could be totally wrong, but it sounds like he has like a fucking like, can you get a BA in biology? And he took like an organic chem class when he was a sophomore like 20 years ago. That's what he sounds like to me. And that's giving him too much credit. But that's what it feels like to me when he says, I'm a geneticist. He took like one class on genetics his junior year, and that's it. But maybe he's got like a master's or a PhD, and I might be totally wrong, and he's just really bad at incorporating his educational background into the current conversation. That's possible, but I don't know. But who knows? We'll see.
Give a child.
For reference, I'm a fucking music school dropout, so what the fuck do I know? Oh, hold on. He posted his degree online. Like, if I'm arguing with somebody, it's so weird. This is another thing I don't understand. If someone wants to argue with me about, like, StarCraft or maybe even League or, like, music, like, I love those arguments. And I'm never going to be like, well, I went to music school, bro. Trust me. No, we can get into it, dude. I'll talk about music all fucking day. We can get really, really into the weeds on that shit. Because that's what I studied. Or like for StarCraft, like we can get really hardcore in it. I'm never just going to say, well, I have a music degree. Trust me. Bro, this is the one chance where I can show off my educational background. You better believe we're going to go really into the weeds on shit. I don't actually know what any of these means. Is this every class he took, or is this just available in his program, or?
Maybe he stayed at the holiday and last night.
Yeah, true. The psychology of addiction. That's every module he's done and passed. Okay. What degree do you think this is? So then, is there like a genetics? Would this have been like a master's degree, or would it have been a, this is a transcript, not a degree? Well, I'm assuming if it's his transcript, he must have his degree. I would hope so. Damn. Okay. Well, let's hope that he says something to make him sound like an educated person, because so far he just sounds like a Redditor. Like he hasn't said anything. That's insane. Is that a 3-year bachelor's degree? Oh, okay. So he's got his B whatever, or I don't know if you have BS or BAN.
Blood transfusion if they needed it, just like I think it is okay if a child is being prevented from having puberty blockers by their parent to provide that child with means to get it. And I think that it should be the law that doctors can prescribe it and parents can't stop it.
He said hormones, not medicine, and endocrinology is pretty important to genetics, but it's fair enough to be suspicious. So endocrinology might be a part of genetics, but he's not talking about hormones. He's talking about medicine. When you're talking about puberty blockers or you're talking about HRT, you're not talking about just hormones. You're talking about medicine, right? If somebody breaks a bone and you come in and you're like, I'm a boneologist, I know all about bones, I can give you a splint, that's not true. Just because you know about the bones doesn't mean you might know about the therapy or the treatment to fix the bone. Medicine, in my understanding, feel free to shoot me an email if I'm wrong. These are some of the topics that I've gone over a lot, though. But medicine is very uniquely its own thing. It's a whole branching, sprawling thing of stats and treatments, and it's a very, 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 very complicated field. Medicine is very complicated. Just because you know bio, or even genetics, or even organic chem, or whatever the fuck, or microbiology, or whatever, doesn't mean you know anything about medicine. Medicine is very, very, very special in what it does. You could know all sorts of shit. And maybe by virtue of being like, maybe by virtue of knowing about endocrinology, maybe, if you are curious, then you can study and you can engage with literature in a better way relating to medicine. That would be true. So assuming Duncan's educational background is right, he might be able to read a study and understand where, oh, of course this would do that, or this would do that, for sure. But just by virtue of knowing a little bit about endocrinology, or just by virtue of being a geneticist and taking a class on it, doesn't mean you know anything about the effects of the drugs, any of the studies or whatever, or anything like that, right? Like, if anything, I would say him having that background should give him a better understanding of like the underlying mechanisms of a particular drug or being able to explain it, but he's not going to know the outcomes. Oh, I'm an endocrinologist, so I know that if you give puberty blockers to a 12-year-old, they've got a 45% chance of developing. You don't know that. It doesn't give you that knowledge.
Should be the law, but we don't live in that situation. So do I think charities that give children access to puberty blockers so that they can get old enough to make the decision for themselves? Yeah, I think that's fine.
I think that's completely ridiculous.
Oh, you're the one who's like making statements that they're somehow permanently damaging. I just, there's no evidence of that whatsoever.
I disagree.
Could you provide it for me?
With what? Provide what?
Evidence that puberty blockers are permanently damaging.
No, I disagree with the evidence.
You disagree
Nick,
with the
what are you
evidence. The
doing?
scientific studies,
Yep.
the decades of scientific studies, you disagree with them.
Yeah, I
Based on what?
disagree with all of them forever. However many
Based on
there
what?
are. Based on my own
Based on what?
intuition.
Based on intuition. So intuition, feelings over facts, feelings over science.
Oh, we're talking feelings over facts now. We couldn't talk
Yeah.
about that a few minutes ago, but now we can, right?
Did we not? Well,
Well,
bring up the
you wanted
feelings
to
over facts.
disambiguate like law and all this stuff on harassment. You wanted to say, well, it doesn't really
Okay.
matter where it's
I
posted.
clarified, though. I clarified. You said that
hold
you
on,
wanted-
hold the fuck on, buddy. You
All
said,
right.
remember.
Don't
who's
get upset. Don't
no,
get upset.
listen
It's just
to
a
me, you
conversation. It's
motherfucker.
not a debate. Hey, whoa,
listen
calm down.
to me. Listen
Calm
to
down.
me.
What did I? Okay.
2 days ago.
You okay?
2
Do
days
you need a
ago.
moment?
3 days ago.
You want a
were
moment? Do you want a
calling-
moment first?
Breaking down.
3 days
You want a
ago,
moment
you were
first?
calling for me to be removed from this platform.
Uh-oh.
Today, you
Yep.
asked me to come on.
Yeah. No, because
Yeah.
I do believe that you should be removed from YouTube. I do believe
Right.
that you should, but I'm
Yeah, I
not
get it.
platforming you, right? Your audience has come in here and made it very clear, right? You've got a much bigger platform than me. I'm not
Absolutely.
platforming you. You're platforming me. Exactly. So I'm not contradicting myself there. I believe you should lose your.
Oh, you are
platform.
contradicting
Absolutely.
yourself.
Well,
you have
think
the
so, and that's cute.
opportunity. You have the opportunity to come on here. I'm giving it to you
Awesome.
to say whatever you want about me, about Kiwi Farms, about which, by the way, I'm not on Kiwi Farms. I don't have an account on Kiwi Farms. I have I have a thread on Kiwi Farms where people bitch about me all the time, which is fine because, well, people bitch about people, right? Like, you know that there's a bunch of people who bitch about you somewhere. Somewhere they exist.
Oh, dude.
Okay.
Dude, I've gone to war with the lolicons. There are people who bitch about me everywhere.
Good.
Right?
That's a noble and valiant endeavor, and I applaud you for it. But that being said, like, so what? That people bitch about you on a forum.
Remember this Haas gem. Oh, linking us clips in the middle of a conversation, dude. Wait, why are you... This guy's a musician too? Did we know this? I don't remember who told me this or not.
To defend myself.
I'm just
How am I supposed to defend myself? I have to be COS because you won't let me defend myself.
You're
You're
in the
literally
world.
still talking over me.
Dude, you will
and
go
won't
down
let
as
me
the biggest
fucking defend
pussy
myself.
on this
All you
platform
do
in the
is
history
talk
of mankind.
over me. All you fucking do is talk
You are gonna
over
go
me.
down
All
as the
you
biggest
fucking
pussy
did is
in the
talk
history
over
of
me
this
this
fucking
entire
platform, buddy.
fucking time. All you
Yeah,
fucking
fuck
did is
off, you
talk over
baby
me.
fuck. All right,
You
keep fucking
did
Dude,
is talk
mission
over me.
fucking completed.
All you
dude.
fucking did is talk over
Oh
me.
my god, dude. We
All you
did it, dude.
is
He's
talk
fucking
over
crying,
me.
dude.
All
We
you
did
fucking
it, dude.
did
Oh
is
my
talk
god.
over
Holy
me.
fucking
All you
shit.
fucking did
Reel in your
is
man.
talk over me.
Reel in your man,
Shut the
John.
fuck
Holy
up.
fucking
All
shit.
you
Reel
fucking
in your
do
fucking man,
is
John.
talk over me.
You gotta
What
reel this guy
fucking
in,
voice
dude.
do you read me?
Dude, John,
All
I know you fucking
do
did it in
is
lab
talk
class, bro.
over me to defend myself.
I'm just
How
curious.
am I
John,
supposed to
John,
defend
Dylan,
myself?
John,
I have to
Dylan.
be COS because you won't
dude.
let me defend
That's the
myself.
softest
You're
shit in the
literally
world.
still talking.
But
I
remember that, like, I am platforming you.
man.
You have the ability to come on here and completely shred my position, argument, whatever you think it is. You get to say whatever you want.
Your position is unassailable, isn't it? Because your position is my intuition disagrees with decades of scientific
was
research.
literally your intuition, is that your intuition disagrees with everything that says we should go ahead and
I
host.
was using, but I admitted that I was using harassment colloquially when you said, "Oh, but it's not legally
no,
harassment," and you hit me with the legal arguments.
No, I'm not talking about
took your
that. I'm
expertise
talking
on
about
board.
when
Okay.
I'm talking about when
Is that not
you
what you brought up?
said that based on your personal perception of the quality of Kiwi Farms website, you said it's a trash website, it should be removed from the internet because you think so.
Yep.
Right? So that's the exact same facts over feelings argument.
But it's not though, is it? Because
No,
the
it is.
facts over feelings. No, because the thing is, right, that with Kiwi Farms being on the internet, that is purely subjective, right? There's no objective facts of whether Kiwi Farms is a benefit to society or a
No,
detriment
there are
to society.
actually objective facts about it, but you probably disagree with
so, right, but the objective facts, like law is basically subjective, right? Like legal arguments and all of that, and the way that you argue around law is basically subjective. At the end of the day, we have subjectively created laws based on moral codes. It's not that law is not based in measurable scientific fact, no, or measurable
Of course
fact.
it is.
Okay,
Law
so
is based
freedom
in
of
measurable
speech.
fact literally constantly.
Okay, so freedom of speech, your protection for Kiwi Farms, your main argument for why Kiwi Farms should be protected.
Duncan is right here. I just
the
don't know if he can make the
measurable,
argument.
fact behind freedom of speech being always a good thing.
That more speech is always better because one, it lets you know who the bigots are.
Have you measured that? How do you prove that? Could
If
you
you-
give me
If you
objective
shut
proof
down,
of that?
yeah, objectively, if you stop the ability for bigots to speak, you cannot know who they are. Right? Like that's just a basic concept.
But
if
you can't know who
the
the people on Kiwi Farms are. That protection doesn't work for Kiwi Farms because it's all anonymous and none of the data is released. I believe
if-
Kiwi Farms would be absolutely fine if every single person who used it had to use their
doxed?
real name and a real picture of themselves.
Why?
Then I would be 100% because then it, as you said, we'd know who the bigots are. Your
we
argument,
do know
not
who the
mine,
bigots
right?
are.
The people on Kiwi Farms. Yeah, I get it.
Well,
but,
I mean,
like,
there's one on this stream too.
Oh,
I'm a bigot. Who am I bigoted against?
Do you know the definition of bigotry?
Bigotry is, well, it depends how you want to define it. But
Just go
I
ahead and
generally,
pull it up.
Well, okay. Shall we go for the Oxford English Dictionary?
Yeah,
Are we
that
okay
sounds
with that
like
one?
a good one. You're in the
Awesome.
UK, right?
Yes, an obstinate or unbelievable, unreasonable, sorry, and 5 a.m., very tired, attachment to a belief, opinion, or faction, in particular, prejudice against a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular immutable group.
There you go.
So
What's the immutable
what
group?
am I bigoted against?
I don't know which one. Do you like
one?
racists?
Well, being
racism is
racist
not
isn't
immutable.
Why not?
Because you're not born racist.
You can choose.
You
No,
choose
no.
to be
You
racist.
can
That's a
choose to be
decision.
Oh,
racist.
that's very offensive.
Good one, Nick.
Are you okay? Do you need
Are
a moment
you?
to make a better argument? I mean, I'm asking genuinely.
How do you
Do you
know that
believe
racism
you believe that
isn't?
people are born racist. That like
Yeah.
it's not nurture, it's nature. That people are just.
I've seen articles
born that
about
way.
racist babies. Like a white baby next to a black baby hates the black baby. Haven't you seen that article? you legitimately are going to say in
I've not seen
2022
that argument.
In
that
current
white
year.
people in America are not born racist?
I believe that they're brought up to be racist. I don't believe that
You
they
believe
are
that
born
they're
racist.
you don't think it's their whiteness that makes them racist? They have inherent privilege, right? Like the
Inherent privilege and being
Oh.
racist are not the same thing.
Are you
I am
sure
white,
about that?
and I have inherent privilege, right?
No, I don't
inherent
think you have
privilege.
any privilege
Okay.
at all.
Fine. That's fine. I believe that I have the privilege because I believe that by being white, I have had some advantages in life that my black friends have not had. For example, I have never just randomly been stopped by the police when walking down
You
the street.
haven't? Oh my God,
No.
you are lucky.
Whereas a lot of black people that I know have been, right?
A lot of white people I know have been too.
Okay. So I
Don't get me
believe-
wrong. I think it happens
Mac
to
is
black
drunk.
people more
Let
than
him
white
enjoy
people.
himself.
We have data that shows that it does.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't
Right.
think that that is an advantage, like a natural advantage,
What's
right?
the-
like in
the
society,
natural
within
advantage?
society.
Oh my
Natural
God, what are we
advantages
talking
very,
about right now?
very, very sketchy situations here. We're talking about with natural advantages.
Well, within white society, you don't think it is an advantage to be white, like in a
What is
in
white
a predominantly
society?
well in a predominantly white-dominated society, which is what we live in. If you live in the UK, look at the politicians that we have. Look at the.
I don't
the
want to look at
policies that
them.
get put
I've
in
seen
place.
their teeth. Very ugly.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Mine too. I've got a really bad one here.
You
Got
do?
kicked in the face
Dude,
in taekwondo.
when I took off my bottom teeth retainer, my teeth have been shifting for years. It's fucking irritating.
Yeah, no, I've got perfect teeth, top and bottom, and then I was in a taekwondo competition, got kicked, and they cracked the root.
What belt
And I
did
just
you
did-
get into in Taekwondo?
Second dan. I didn't go beyond. that.
Nice, congrats. I never got to black belt because I ran out of time. Like I did it in college, and I was like, eh.
Yeah, it's rough.
And
It's
once I
rough.
got
I
out-
did it. I just cared about the competition. I didn't care about the grading system. So I got my black belt so that I could compete, and then I got honorary upgraded to second dan because I went and trained in Korea for a bit. And
Oh,
they were like,
sweet.
yeah.
How the fuck does this guy have so much time to do
Sounds
shit?
like, you're kind
Wait,
of a
this guy has like the most varied background in the world, and he sounds so fucking stupid. How is that possible? This is an example against Molina's Travel Makes You Better. This guy is a second dan fucking taekwondo whatever belt, trained in Korea, apparently was a musician, has his BA or BS in fucking genetics. How is he so fucking boring and stupid? What the fuck?
badass.
No, not anymore. My health is garbage now. I've been having
Why?
seizures.
Oh, shit.
I got COVID.
That musician
and
is
then I
not
got
him?
long
Oh,
COVID
okay,
symptoms,
whatever.
And I've been having seizures, and my muscle mass has decreased by like.
Wait, he's saying COVID is giving him seizures? Oh, I'm sorry. Man. It's like... It's like you walk into a room and some guy's like... And you're like, oh, it's one of you. And he's like, what do you mean? You're one of those people that fake having like a vaccine related fucking, you can't control your body anymore. It's like, no, I'm actually one of the people that fake having had COVID and now I have permanent seizures. Like, okay, dude. I don't know. Never mind.
Like 40%, and I've been having gut issues and sleep
Dude,
issues and all kinds of shit. It sucks.
That genuinely
I've-
sucks because, like, I have a different story. Mine, I developed a heat allergy 5 years ago randomly,
Jesus.
and
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Unironically, I don't believe that there are people that got COVID and they have seizures a fucking year later from it. Sorry. No, I don't believe that. In the very beginning, I think long COVID was a worry that we had, but I think the data that came out was like 95% of cases subsided within with 3 months or something. Like, so the idea that this hypersensitive baby, SJW, whatever guy, happens to be one of the people who's like, oh, I got COVID and now I have fucking seizures. I believe that about as much as fucking Lauren Southern saying, I got the vaccine and now I have Parkinson's. I don't believe it. You know what? Call me a bigot. Call me an asshole. Fuentes DM'd me that and he told me to say that. I believed him because he's turning me. His whole community is. I got 20 Griper emails all telling me that long COVID is fake and now I don't believe it anymore. I got radicalized. That's what happened, guys. That is what happened.
so like working out's a big pain in the ass because it makes me.
Hold on. Let me go back to...
And my muscle COVID to second dan because I went and trained in Korea for a bit. And
Oh,
they were like,
sweet.
yeah, it was a good time.
That's cool. Sounds like you're kind of a badass.
No, not anymore. My health is garbage now. I've been having
Why?
seizures.
Oh shit!
got COVID, and then I got long COVID symptoms, and I've been having seizures, and my muscle mass has decreased by like 40%.
40%? 40%?
Having seizures, and my muscle mass has decreased by like 40%.
40%? Was he fucking Dr. Mike when I talked to him? Or was the long COVID already setting in? The geneticist is saying he lost 40% of his muscle mass? Do you know how much muscle mass that is?
And I've been having gut issues and sleep issues and all kinds of shit. It sucks.
That genuinely sucks because, like, I have a different story. Mine, I developed a heat allergy 5 years ago randomly.
Jesus.
And so, like, working out's a big pain in the ass because it makes me wildly uncomfortable. So,
Wait, I don't know if we're trolling. I'm trolling. Can you be allergic to heat? Is that possible? I just don't know. Is it possible? I don't even know. I don't know who's trolling who at this point. I will say, I think you can develop an allergy to your own sweat. And I think I've had that happen before. Like 3 years ago, there was like this 2-year period where if I did anything where I was sweating, my whole fucking body would get so unbelievably itchy. But that actually went away. I haven't had that in several years, thank God. But can you have a heat allergy? Maybe? I have no idea. This is like a troll collaboration. I don't know what this conversation is.
oh, like, I got lazier and lazier and got fatter.
Yeah, I was working out every day. My whole life, I've worked out like every day. I was benching. We do kilos here, but I was benching 140 kilos. I was doing muscle ups and stuff. I've always kept myself in great shape. I had a
Look,
six
I
pack
wasn't
all the
doing
way up
that.
until
I was always kind of.
I don't know what's happening anymore. You should go watch this guy. Either one of us is just completely, our entire lives are miserable and full of shit. I don't know. I was working out every day and benching 140 kilos, and then I lost my muscle, 40% of my muscle mass. I don't even know. I have no idea. I don't even know. 140 kilos is like a 300-pound bench. That's fucking shredded as fuck. Or not, I shouldn't say that's shredded. Shredded implies really low body fat. That's very, very, very strong.
My little sister has an allergy called cold urticaria, and it's an allergy to temperature changes, keeping it simple.
And he lost, I'm sorry, I don't care. We're moving past this. Who cares? True, who cares?
Kind of lazy.
You know, 6-pack all the way up until I was 30, and then just completely, like, COVID just wiped me out. And now I'm sticky. I'm in the worst shape of my life. It's great.
That was weird. You should loop what you just did into a GIF, and you can just hypnotize people into giving you bits.
Yeah.
That's what I.
Bench press has always been one of my weakest exercises. So I'm happy how fast I'm increasing the weight. 5 sets of 5 for 65 kilograms. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. That's awesome. Okay? That's awesome. That's awesome. But that's pretty far away from 100 and... Did he say 140 kilograms? Maybe he misspoke and meant pounds? No, he literally said kilograms. 100, yeah, this was 3 years ago, but he said long COVID killed him in 2020. So this was before. Why are you guys all saying this was 3 years ago? Are you not following the fucking conversation at all? He said he got long COVID and it wiped out all of his gym shit. So 3 years ago should have been when he was strongest. Okay, I don't care about this. I don't care. I don't trust anything this guy says. I was right. My bullshit alarm, it's perfect. Okay? My bullshit alarm is perfect. It's perfect. Did he say he benched 140? Yes!
I would do. Just
Now, in great shape. I had a
Look,
six
I
pack
wasn't
all the
doing
way
that,
up into
damn.
muscle ups and stuff. We do kilos here, but I was benching 140 kilos. I was doing
Damn.
muscle ups and stuff. I've always kept myself in great shape. I had a
look,
six
I
pack
wasn't
all the
doing
way up
that.
until
I was always kind of lazy.
you know, six pack all the way up until, and now I'm.
You should loop what you just did into a
Yeah,
GIF, and
probably.
you can just hypnotize people into giving you bits.
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
Yeah. So, but look, the way I look at it is, yeah, we're in a society that has.
I think he
been-
meant 140 pounds. No! That's not even how you would think of it over there, okay? When you're benching in Europe or Australia, I imagine, you're benching like, you would say you have like a 60 kilogram bench. That makes sense. The bar is 20 and then both plates are 20. Right? So you have 60 kilos, or you can bench 100 kilos. That's 225 pounds. Or you'd bench 140 kilos. That's a 3-plate bench. He's not saying 140 pounds because if you're Australian, why the fuck would you ever think 140 pounds? What does that even mean? You might think like in America, you'd say like, oh, I bench like 135 or 225 or whatever. But 140 pounds? No, he very specifically chose 140 kilograms because it's like saying you have a 3-plate bench. That's the number. I'm in his head. I see exactly what he's doing. I know what he's doing. I can see into the fucking head. I know what he's saying. Okay? He didn't mean 140 pounds. He meant 140 kilos. That's a 3-plate bench. That's an impressive bench. At 225 pounds, 2-plate bench is impressive. And you know what? Even his 65 kilogram bench is impressive. That's good. A+, okay? Work hard. I'm glad he's doing that. But
I think it's not as bad now as it was.
I think that he was
100 years
converting.
ago.
No, you guys are missing so much context. Why would you say, imagine me saying like, dude, I used to be ripped. I ate a 6-pack and I could bench 135 pounds. Why the fuck would you ever no offense, but why would you brag about that? Why would you ever brag about that? I would never say to my life, yeah, me? If I'm being honest with you, you wanted me to 1-rep max? I could probably throw up 140 on the bench. Why the fuck would I brag about 6-pack? Why would you brag about that? Shut the fuck up. Nobody says that. Nobody would ever say that. Especially if you're going to the gym every day. Okay?
Truly used kg in the gym in UK. I doubt he messed that up.
Stop. He even said we use kilos here. I know. Stop. You guys are triggering me. I'm getting triggered. How did this turn into a gym talk? We don't care. Go.
I'm not going to argue that we've never made any progress on this, but I do believe that right now, if you are white, you have advantages in life. You are, big and small. And I do
It's all
believe that
over
we're
for
in
me.
a society that perpetuates that. I believe that the police are incredibly racist in general. I believe that judges tend to be.
Now I'm wondering if he ever got a Taekwondo fucking black belt. I'm curious if he ever got that. I don't know what I trust anymore.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah.
By the way, so you know that there are laws built around that reality, right?
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Yeah, so you can agree that we do make laws based on rational, discernible facts.
Well, I agree that some laws, yes. Okay.
Oh,
I get that this
hashtag
is
not
your
all
budget.
laws.
Yeah, hashtag. I believe that law, but even then, those laws, the way that they're worded, right? The way that they are constructed, the people who put them in, there's still always going to be subjectivity there, right?
Yeah,
I believe.
I
that-
guess.
I personally believe.
think
that
the
most
word-
things in life.
I feel like the word Duncan might be looking for here, although I don't fucking know what's going on in his head, but he might be looking for the word discretionary, because that would be true if that's what he's looking for. Like, there's a lot of discretion when it comes to laws. Subjectivity, I guess you could say. I don't know if I'd use that in a legal sense, but I'm also not a fucking legal guy, so.
Have some degree of subjectivity in them.
Would you say it's subjectively detrimental to children to have puberty delayed artificially?
Oh, socially?
I said subjectively detrimental.
Well, I'd say subjectively, the most glaring problem I can see for kids who have their puberty delayed, and the only problem, because there aren't any really medical issues, if you are experiencing some of the side effects, which can happen, they take you off the puberty blockers. That's how it works.
Oh, they take you off like a doctor would, right?
Again, the side effects
I'm just
are...
asking.
Yes. I
Okay.
think that I think in an ideal situation, every child would have access to puberty blockers because doctors would be able to override parents, right? But I think that it is the lesser of two evils to give them puberty blockers behind their parents' back.
Did you just say that giving puberty blockers behind parents' back is evil?
I said it's the lesser of two evils, which
So
is, again,
it
what,
is
what
an
do you like to
evil.
say? It's an idiom? It's an idiom?
I don't know.
I think,
I'm asking
I think-
you. Did
I
you
think
just call it an evil?
the problem with giving puberty blockers behind a parent's back is that there would not be a doctor involved. So the issue there is the lack of medical involvement.
We're
not
pretty close
that
to
it's
what I said
behind the
then.
parent's back. Not that it's behind the parent's back. I don't think parents should have the right to stop their children from seeing a doctor and getting puberty blockers. I do not think parents should have that control.
You don't think that a parent has any say in a child saying, you know what, Dad, I was at school today and I watched a video and I think I'm a chick, like a son. He says, I think I'm a chick because I watched the video at school. And the parent's like, well, fuck me. I guess you are. Let me take you to the doctor immediately and give you puberty blockers. That's what should happen.
Well, the doctor, they'd have a psychiatric assessment, which is
they'd have a
standard.
psychiatric assessment.
Yeah,
Why?
because
like, is that important in the process of determining whether
Oh,
puberty
man,
blockers
dude.
should be administered?
I think it's prudent. I think that most of the time when kids,
Is it hard to say that it's wrong to give children puberty blockers without their parents? Is this so fucking difficult?
the
Like,
parents'
I don't
consent.
get it.
Well, no, I think the parents' consent is completely unimportant. I think that a medical assessment. I think a medical assessment is a good thing. Yes, I will agree with you on that. But I think the parents, what the fuck do the parents know? Are they doctors?
Literally, yes,
Are
they
they
know their
doctors?
Why is the lawyer
child,
being so
yeah.
pedantic?
Oh, parents.
If you're gonna have a debate with a lawyer, just in my personal experience with having debates with lawyers, if you're gonna have a debate with a lawyer,
Hi Destiny, I recently developed an allergy to comb. It's made me lose 80% of my muscle mass over the last month since I can't fuck Chet's moms.
Nice.
What should I do?
if you're gonna have a debate with a lawyer, you need to have all of your pedantry figured out. You need to make sure that you're like all of your positions right, because they're going to be pedantic. That's in a way that's kind of what lawyers do. When you go into court, it's you have to know all the fucking bylaws and all the dotted your T's and crossed your I's. He misspoke. Like, yeah, I mean, you kind of have to be, because they're gonna pick you apart on everything you say otherwise, right? It's kind of what they do.
Parents know their child, and therefore,
Yes.
parents, all parents know their kids and know what's best for them. That's
Literally,
the
yes.
argument.
All parents.
All parents
know their
right. So
any parent
my
who
friend,
is
my
with
friend
their
Patty
child
Trills,
knows their
my
child.
friend Patty Trills, right? Grew up on the streets of Vegas because his mom did not know how to parent. Right.
So his mom didn't know him. You're saying?
No. She tried to bring him up, and he ended up homeless on the streets of Vegas. Right.
Gotcha.
Like, without and because she disappeared on a drug bender. She knew what was best for her child when she came back, and she was like, "No, I want him back." She knew what's best for her child because she tried to raise him, right?
And she tried, right?
Yeah, but you said that she knows what's best for him.
Yeah, I said parents know their children.
Wait, we're getting a live update on the bench.
What was my max bench ever? As I said on stream, my 1 rep max before I got sick was 140 kilos. Like I wasn't a heavy lifter. I was in good shape, but
Is it? I wasn't really big into lifting, you know. 3-plate bench, you know. No big deal, you know. I wasn't really into it that much, but
I've never been like a pro lifter or anything. What's that in pounds?
I don't know if this is testing too much. Would you automatically know that, like, so between being in Europe and America, I know that like 60 kilos is going to be 135, 100 is going to be 225, 140, because it's like 2 plates, 3, because you're in Europe, you've got 20 kilogram plates or 25 kilogram plates. I have those too. But would you just know that? I don't know if you would or not. Maybe not. I would, like, I could spitball it in my head. No, you wouldn't have to spitball it. If you go to Europe, if you got a bar, the bar is 20 kilograms. And then you put the plates on are 20 kilograms each, right? That's what a plate is in Europe. Or they have 25 kilogram ones in Europe. I don't know why they have that. But like, so you put a plate on. So like your 1 plate bench would be 135. It's 60 kilograms, right? A 2 plate bench would be 100 because you put 2 more plates on each side. You would just know that. Maybe you wouldn't. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm like super artistically digging this guy. I just think this guy's a compulsive fucking liar. I hate this dude.
It might have been 135. It's about 300 pounds. I wasn't ahead.
What? No, you would know that. You would know if you could bench 3 plates. It might have been 135 kilograms. You would know. If you would know you won rep max because that would be a big number for you. Fucking 3 plates. You would know that. Unless you're doing weird plate math and you're sticking like a 10 and then a 5 and then a 2.5 and then a 1.25 and then a 1.25 and I don't know, is it 135? Is it 1. No, fuck that. No, he's lying. I know he's lying. He's lying. What's your max bench? If your max bench was 225, there was a day where you went into the fucking gym and you put the first plate on and your friend is helping you and he's like, here you go, I got a 35. And you're like, no, put that back. Put it back. Pick up the other plate. We're putting 2 plates on this bad boy, okay? 2 plates are going on. You would know the day that you put 2 plates on that and you benched it. And he said he worked out every day. You would know the day. When you bench 225, my guess, you would know. 220. I know the day I deadlifted 225. Yeah, get the second plate on. Hell yes. You put it on, you do it. What was it? Was your max 225? It might have been 220. No, bullshit. This guy's a fucking liar. This guy is a compulsive liar, okay? Mark my word. I know he is. It's like when that girl was on that show and she was like, oh yeah, I deadlift and I work out a lot. I'm like, oh, what do you deadlift or whatever? And she was like 400 pounds. Or she said like some random shit. No. What did she say? I think she said like, I think my max deadlift was like 263 pounds or something. Or she said like some really random, like, how do you deadlift 263? What the fuck does that mean? Yeah. Euros and powerlifters can use 25 kilogram plates. Yeah, you could. They have 25 kilogram plates. But even so, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. And if he's benching that much, you'd know. Fuck you. 35-pound plates don't exist? Oh, shouldn't exist. Wait, why not? You do need 2 10s in a proper rack. So do you ever really need a 35? Because you could just put on a 25 and a 10, and then a 5 and a 2. Maybe there shouldn't be 35s. Good question. Okay, sorry. Stop. There's 0% chance. This guy is lying. Bro, me too. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm actually a monster in the gym. Yeah. This is me benching, by the way. Sorry if the lighting's a little off. It makes me look a little different, but... Dude, fuck me. Okay, sorry. Hold on. Let me... Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. If you hate autistic boring shit, just know that what this guy's saying is the equivalent to, oh yeah, I hit Masters on Korean server in League of Legends, and I would play Caitlyn, and I would always go Infinity Edge first. That's what this guy's saying, okay? All right.
Heavy lifter. Although my squats were pretty good.
He's saying he squatted even more than that? He's not happy with a 140 kilogram bench, but his squats were good. Are we gonna get a number on that next? Oh shit. If you were playing a chord progression in E major of the first, the flat 7th, the 5th, and flat 6th, and wanted to do a key change to the next part, where does your brain actually go? I don't know what the fuck that means. I don't know what the flats, I don't know what you mean by that, my dude. You can give me notes if you want.
I could squat 220.
Okay. I am vindicated. I am vindicated. This guy lies about everything. This guy is full of shit. He's full of shit. Dude, this guy, no offense, and I'm a shrimp. I've made no progress. I haven't done anything. I admit, I am bigger. I am a monster compared to this guy. Look at this little dude. Look at this little guy. No shot. Give him a gym flare. Nina, where are you at? Flare him up. I think he was in my chat. I think he had an account here before we permabanned him. Do you know what the ultimate fuck you would be? Is if he was on stream right now and he was like, oh yeah, and he took his shirt off and he actually was like ultra fucking shredded. Like, he's fucking like, yeah, I did lose a lot of muscle, but you couldn't tell because I'm fucking 6% body fat. Ugh! And he's like, the striations, the fucking bulging, and he was like, oh. Then he'd be like, fuck, now I've actually looked like an idiot. He's the actual Giga Chad.
Which is 485 pounds. So almost 500 pounds. Squat.
He's the guy on Reddit. Remember when I told you guys? He's the guy where like when you go and you're like, hey, like I just started lifting. I'm really small. I'm 5'7". I weigh 120 pounds. I've been benching for about a year. Like, where should I be? And then the guy shows up in Reddit and he's like, oh, when I started benching, so I was about 5'10", about 180. And when I started benching on my first day, I did about 225, but it was like pretty rough. I could only do like 6 reps. But after about a year's worth of progress, I was benching around like 365 with a shoulder injury, but I could do about 10 reps at 365 after about a year of training. But my diet was kind of fucked. Like, he's that guy. That's the guy right there. That's the guy, right? He's him. He's him on Reddit. Okay, I'm done.
It's not socks levels, but...
I'm done. Okay. Check his stream. I can't. Why are we getting derailed into gym talk?
I believe that is what I am lifting on my Instagram.
Does he have himself squatting 400 pounds on his Instagram? Oh no. Maybe he is. All right, let's see it.
Oh, do I not have bench press on my Instagram?
You did, but it was like 60 kilograms.
Just go troll through my old streams, dude. I'm lifting 65 kilos on a bench. Oh, that's with dumbbells, right?
65 kilogram dumbbells, boy. He's got to be.
Yeah, that's after I did in my shoulder. Yeah, no, the 65 5 sets of 5 was after I did in my shoulder. Yeah, I ripped my I broke my acromion. It's called acromion.
Destiny, I'm a strength and conditioning coach.
And I ripped the cartilage.
Would love to
my
chat
shoulder.
with you and help with some training.
No, that was after I broke my acromion and ripped the cartilage in my shoulder. But no, nicely done. I improved that real quick. I improved that up real quick. But thank you. No, you're right. I went and saw a literal PT, physiotherapist, and personal trainer to repair my shoulder and knee.
You saw a PT when you broke your fucking shoulder? Wait, what the fuck? You have to go to the fucking doctor for that. I can't. He's actually a compulsive liar. He's a compulsive liar. I broke my ACL. I tore my ACL. Damn, dude. Did you go to the doctor? I saw a PT for it. What? You mean you referred to one after you went to the fucking hospital? What do you mean you saw a PT for a broken fucking...
Like, why is Destiny streaming about me? Why is he talking about me right now?
I can't.
I was irrelevant and not worth his time. What was year? Was the 140 kilogram years? That was back when I was training full time at university. But I'm pretty sure I did a 1 RM of it, or close to it, on stream. I mean, I don't care. Destiny just mad because he's short as fuck. He's just mad because I called him a little gnome. It's fine. Why are you compulsively lying? I don't care if you believe me or not. Again, I just don't care. Like, fine, okay, I'm lying. I've never lifted anything in my life. I can barely even lift a controller to play video games.
I know, we can tell. What do these look like to you? These look like 25-pound dumbbells to me. Am I wrong? Where's Huff Daddy? That might be bigger. That might be 30 or 40 pounds. This guy was squatting 485 pounds and benching 315. Hold on. I'm so sorry that we went down this road.
How to
guys.
engage with him?
I'm sorry. We went down this road, guys.
For a deadlift? Did I say squat? I'm very sorry. I meant deadlift. I don't remember what my 1 rep max was for squat. I apologize profusely. I absolutely apologize. I did not squat 220 kilograms. I deadlifted 220 kilograms. I apologize profusely.
I only bench press planets. At least 69 reps a session.
Okay. Stop. We're done. We're not doing this anymore. We're done.
Man, this guy is insane. He doesn't believe seizures are possible from
Well, look at this
long
study.
COVID.
Do it. Bring me up the one from 2020.
How much did it take you to get your black belt in Taekwondo? Ooh, that's a good question. I started Taekwondo when I was 15. And I got my black belt when I was a bit slower than my peers getting the black belt. I didn't grade as often as my peers. Why even lying? You look like you've never worked out. Okay.
I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, I went to the gym every day. No, I don't remember shit
was
about
struggling
it.
with 65
I just
kilos on a
lifted
bench.
dude.
Actually, it doesn't look like I was struggling at all in that video, in my opinion. I don't think that looked like a struggle. But show us
sorry.
your black belt. I can go get the certificate. 1 second. In the yellow room. I'll be right back.
Now I'm wondering if his degree thing is fake. Were those transcripts real? I actually don't know.
Wait, that Instagram post was 2019. 3 years ago, before COVID.
Yeah, I know. Wait, that's true. Wait, this guy called me a gnome? Look at the size of the plates next to this guy. It's like the size of his whole body. Wait, how tall is this dude? Wait. One. 2, good. Big drives. Wait, why does he have a trainer? Why is somebody coaching him right now? Is that a trainer in the background? You were squatting almost 400 pounds, benching 315, and you've got a guy training you to do... I don't know what this movement is even called. We don't do ollie lifts or whatever explosive shit this is. That makes the 140 kilogram bench even more impressive. Yeah, if he's literally 5'4". I'm sorry. Get into the bar, quick. Good. Almost there. Push press. This is not overhead press. Whoever's saying that, this is not true. Come on. Wait. They didn't shave me? It's out and I'm sorted? Time to head home? Did this guy have surgery on his head? Could this... Was that the part of his brain? I'm sorry. I'm... Okay. Dude. The plate says 10. Yeah, they were probably 10 kilograms. And usually you'll have like nice bumpers for every weight. European gyms are really nice, or at least in Sweden. In Stockholm, they had these gyms called SATs, and they had bumpers for everything. They'd have like they actually had 2.5 kilogram. No, they had 2 kilogram bumpers, I think. They might have had 1 kilogram bumpers. They had bumpers for everything. They were made out of like plastic or whatever. It was super nice.
All right, guys, I'll be right back. I want to go to the gym and find this shit. I've got to find my medals and my certificate.
Is he leaving?
The only case of post-COVID seizures was a 71-year-old man with a long list of other
I thought
complications.
I'd show them off too.
It's a shitty overhead press. You do not. There is no part of you jumping or doing anything for an overhead press. I don't know what lift he was doing, but it was not an overhead press. You don't do any of like that, like jumping or whatever. That's some kind of explosive lift. It's not an overhead press. I've never seen those metal plates you have in the U.S. in a Dutch gym. Oh yeah. Okay, he's gonna go run to. He's gonna go to Kinko's and Photoshop. He's probably printing off one. It's called a push press. Okay, maybe yeah. Okay, stop. No, stop. How did we get to gym talk? We're not doing this. Stop. Yeah, but some people are saying push press. It's a CrossFit movement. Okay, yeah, maybe that. Yeah. Okay, stop. We're done with this. But this guy's triggering the fuck out of me. But we're done. Okay. He is a compulsive liar. Oh my God.
Children.
No, you said
And
parents know what's best for their children.
I think parents think they know
I mean,
what's
we
best
can
for their
clip it.
children. Sure.
Okay, but thinking something and it being the case is
Who
not
gets
true.
to
Just like
determine
you
that
think puberty
like-
blockers aren't safe.
Yeah, but I like.
This is a guy benching 140 kilograms. But he could do this. He could throw this weight up.
Okay. Push. Go.
That was Duncan right there. That's a big boy lift.
Yes, bro.
I'm done. This is what a 180 kilogram squat looks like. Yeah, that's Duncan. This might actually be Duncan. Oh my God, we're done. Okay. He bounced it off his chest. Oh wait, did he? Hold on. Do we have too much? Do we have a lot of chest bounce here?
Okay. Push. Okay. Push. Go.
A little bit. Okay. Stop. Okay, stop. Stop. We're not doing this. Okay, back here.
For example, based on what you've said to me, right? Like, I think that you probably don't know what's best for your child. If you would just, when your child comes home and says, "Dad, I'm a woman or a man or whatever, and I need to get
give it a
puberty
chance. Let me
blockers."
spot you. It's for safety.
No thanks, soy boy. I don't need a spotter. I either lift or I die. The fear of death will motivate me. What's my personal best on bench? None. Because I am personally the best.
True.
Because I saw this thing or I read this thing, and I'm pretty sure I'm the opposite gender, and you're like, well, shit, let's take you to a doctor immediately. Like, I think that maybe there should be a little pushback based on your experience with your child.
But why?
Why?
Like, why? No,
Why?
Why? From a
Like,
because
legitimately,
the
why
parents,
is
the
the
parents,
question?
The parent. What is the argument the parents who are anti-trans usually have if their kid goes, "I'm trans"?
I don't
Like,
care
what-
about anti-trans parents or pro-trans parents.
So
I'm
you've got
just
kids,
saying
right?
a parent.
You've got kids. You've got
Yeah,
kids.
I got a
right?
shitload of them. Too
I
many.
was walking past
one
a
of your
gym on
kids
my
comes-
way to a soy bar when I entered a fugue state. When I exited the fugue state, I had forgotten the last 6 months. All I know is I was mid-thrust in your mom. And could bench 400 pounds.
True.
Tom, and is like, "I think I'm trans,"
Yeah.
and you say,
What? What do I say?
"What? I'm asking you." Your kid goes, "Daddy, I think I might be trans."
And
You
I'd
say-
say, well, that's interesting. Why do you think that?
My
Okay, and you
motivation
have
to
the
lift
conversation, and the
140
kid still
kilos is
insists
because
they
I am
think
gonna
they're
bench your
trans.
mom
They-
starting next week. Woo yeah.
How do they
They
insist?
feel like they feel like they're trapped in the wrong body. They've never felt right. They don't want to. They don't feel
How
like
old
the
is
other
this
boys.
kid?
They don't want to be around the other boys. Let's say just before puberty, so like anywhere between 11 and 13, maybe like 11
Yeah.
years old. They're not quite
Okay.
going through puberty
Yeah.
yet, but they're getting there. And they go, I don't feel like the other boys. I feel like one of the girls. I really,
Mm-hmm.
I want puberty blockers. And you
Yeah,
say
I shoot him in the head.
you'd shoot them in the head.
Yeah, 100%. That's what you do, right? Like, that's the bigoted position.
Well, I'm not saying that's the bigoted position. The bigoted
Well, I
position
mean,
might be to
assume
say,
it
no,
is.
you're not. Is it
Wait,
not
with the
to say,
bigoted position is saying, no, you're not?
you're not trans. You don't get a say in this. You're not trans. We're not going to a doctor. We're not going to see a specialist. We're not going to see anybody who's an actually expert in the field. I say that you are not trans and therefore you are not allowed to have puberty blockers. End of story.
Why is that the
Is
bigoted
that not your position? Is that not your position, though? Would that not be your position?
I don't know. You made it up. I'm not sure.
Well, okay, so what would your position be then?
I feel like Nick talks like a lawyer.
Other than
no.
shoot him in the head, right?
You see, I can tell you don't have kids.
Okay.
Like yeah, oh yeah, 100%.
Cool.
Do you have kids?
This is a really shitty argument from Nick, but it is absolutely true. And it is something that I've thought about a lot when I have these decisions. That, like, should kids be able to get, like, puberty blockers or to do something else without parental consent? That's a really easy thing to say yes to, because it feels like kids should have the ability to do it. But I've thought about this a lot and I think I've even brought this up in past conversations. How would I feel if my child was going to some weird Discord on the internet and getting drugs for, like, medical shit? I would not like that as a parent. That might actually be one of the worst things in the world as a parent, short of my child getting abused or, like, raped or something. That would be a horrible fucking feeling. That's a really hard thing to overcome as a parent, I think. And I'm empathetic towards parents that are like, I don't want my kid getting drugs online without me knowing about it. But it's difficult because, like, well, what if you have a bigoted parent? I don't want my kid being gay without me knowing about it. I don't want my kid being a lesbian or whatever, you know? So, yeah, it's...
I don't.
That's a
disclose
rough
that
one.
To the internet. As I've always said, I believe having your kids online, any of that is completely wrong, and it's always been my position. You can ask my chat from the beginning of my...
Hold on. 4-year-old clip of him deadlifting.
How do I do this? What's the grip? Line side.
How do you grip a human? It's hard. This is why moving dead bodies is.
This is a man. This is what a 315, 405 deadlift looks like. Deadlifting body.
So hard.
Yeah.
You need some from up there. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Look at that. Look at that! What do you think this guy weighs? If I had to guess, I'd say probably around 190, 200 kilograms, maybe, about.
I want to try.
What?
Oh, I doubt I could.
Maybe, about, approximately.
my online career.
No,
if I ever had a
believe you.
kid,
I
my
got
chat
you.
would never know.
Yep, that's
I'm
a good
afraid-
position. I strongly
yeah.
support you.
I don't think kids
in
should
that.
be allowed to be online at all in any way.
Yeah, I wish that I could go back in time and unsay that I had children.
Yeah.
People are saying the position is kids should get HRT from a certified doctor without the parents' agreement. No, that is not the position online today. The position online today that this guy would probably defend from people like Kethels is kids should be able to just go online and order drugs without parental or doctor supervision. That's what the websites supported today say.
No, I get it. Like loads of people who are early on the internet, they're like, oh, I know.
When I said that guy was 200 kg, guys, I was trolling. You fucking morons. That was the joke. Because he said he can deadlift 200 kg, okay?
No, but that's always been my...
Okay, so
What's up,
good on
Judean?
you. I can tell you don't have kids. So here's the deal. You don't know as a parent what your kid will surprise you with from day to day. And you never can predict how you will react in a situation, especially one that is absolutely outside of your realm of understanding. And with the number, like the statistical reality of the number of trans people, for example, like this experience is so far outside of the overwhelming majority of parents lived.
Judean's going to tell you to disavow low-tier God. We are low-tier God stands in this community, okay? Low-tier God is our God, so we would never disavow. I don't even know what the drama is, but I already know we'd be supporting low-tier God. I bet Judean didn't even delete his Twitter account like he said he would after he got ratioed hard yesterday.
Experiences that you can't figure out how you'll react. And I think that's a critical fucking element that gets left out.
Despite moving away for her safety reason, Kathles has been doxxed again with an attempted swatting in Northern Ireland. Bro, what are you doing? Fucking stop broadcasting your fucking location. What the fuck is she doing?
opt out of the criticism of these parents who are put in a suddenly impossible position of my child coming to me one day and saying, I'm not the right gender. And then you having to go through the list of fucking weirdos that they have talked to in their life. And this does not mean Keffels, although if that's a possibility, please get your child out of every Discord server that Keffels is in.
Do you think
for the
kids
love of
should
Christ.
be able to get HRT, etc., from doctors without the parents' consent?
From doctors without the parents' consent, I lean towards yes, but that's, again, it's a really, really, really difficult issue. That's a really hard one. It's a really hard one.
But that being said, I'm talking about literally anybody, their coach, their teacher, some random visiting art director, anybody on earth, their priest, who fucking knows what anybody has talked to your child about. You by definition can't unless your kid tells you. So like parents are suddenly stuck going through all this stuff. And here is the problem. And this is what I know you glossed over because you like to use the minority as the evidence of the fallacy of the majority or whatever the fuck you want to call it. But the reality is most parents do know their kids. Even shit parents know their kids. They just end up making bad decisions on their kids' behalf. And it really, really sucks. But here's the problem. The worst decision made by a parent is infinitely better than the same worst decision made by a government or a doctor. All right. So that's if it's the exact same, if it's the exact same decision and it's made by a parent, that's better than by a third party. But that being said, not all parents make great decisions. Some parents beat their kids. Some parents kill their kids. Obviously, some parents are bad, but they are in the extreme minority. The overwhelming majority of parents are fine, and they do know their children. And to say that a parent doesn't know their child enough that when a kid comes home and says, I'm trans, and they go, whoa, let's just give this a week and see if maybe this is a 12-year-old weird fad, or maybe
give it a week.
Give it a
That's
week.
fine.
Give it
a week. That's
year?
Fine. Well, it depends. Are they going to start going through
wait a
puberty?
minute.
Because that's irreversible, is it not?
Oh my god! What fucking kill me? Are they gonna go through puberty in a week, Mr. Geneticist? Bro, you said 13. Puberty starts a little bit earlier than that for most of us. He said a year? Oh, hold on, I'm sorry. I thought he said give it a week.
I don't know.
Well, it depends. Oh, yeah, give it a week.
Give it a
That's
week.
fine.
Give it
Yeah,
old weird fad, or maybe.
Oh, am I having psychosis?
Yeah, give it a week.
Give it a
That's
week.
fine.
Give it.
Yeah.
Know their child enough that when a kid comes home and says, I'm trans, and they go, whoa, let's just give this a week and see if maybe this is a 12-year-old weird fad, or maybe
give it a week.
Give it a
That's
week.
fine.
Give it.
Yeah,
How
give
about
it a
give
week.
it a
That's
year?
fine. Well, it depends.
Oh, I hear now. Okay. My bad. Okay. Okay. We've come back from the edge. Nick says, give it a year. I hear it in the crosstalk. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Come back from the edge of the cliff, guys.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah,
this
give it a
is-
week.
Give it a
That's
week.
fine.
Give it.
Yeah,
How
give it
about
a week. That's
year?
fine. Well, it depends. Are they going to start going
Well,
through
wait a
puberty?
minute.
Because that's irreversible, is it not?
I don't know.
I will say, though, at the ages that they give
Why don't we
Is-
have
is-
puberty reversers?
you will have already started going through puberty, right? This can start earlier than 13.
You're the geneticist and
Geneticist.
biologist.
Okay, so
What
unfortunately...
the fuck have you guys been
this
doing
is-
that you can't fix this problem?
Dude, trust me, we've been trying to get funding, all right? Like,
You've
I'm
been
going to be
trying to
honest.
get funding to reverse
Oh,
puberty?
For everything. No,
You
for
go
anything and
fucking
everything.
wall with Keffels then.
Everything and anything needs funding, and it is a nightmare. I'll tell you this.
No,
scientists
literally,
spend
no, it does
80%
not.
of their time. 80% of their time is spent applying for funding. 80%.
I wish you would
Easy.
apply for funding to like create food for Africans. Like Jesus Christ, you're worried about
That's
reversing
constantly
puberty?
being done. That's constantly being done. I have never worried about reversing puberty. I mean,
Oh my God.
look,
Okay. Oh, thank you.
my
I was
field of study
misunderstanding what you said.
my field of study was medical molecular genetics. I was looking for cures for things like cystic fibrosis.
Why didn't you
and,
find one? Why are you on Twitch?
Because I couldn't get funding.
Oh
I
my
literally
God.
could not get funding.
Look,
I just-
people can get funding.
Do you think he actually worked on these? Or do you think he was like a clerk in a fucking office where other researchers were? I'm so curious. I don't know, dude.
funding to study how thongs fit fat women, and you can't
I know.
get funding. Like, what are you doing?
Because
Like,
it's not as fun saying, "Hey, I need funding. I need funding to run, 600,000 PCR reactions." Is not as fun to say as I need funding to do this thing.
Okay. He used a more specific term that indicated some type of like lab testing thing. Okay, the 600 PCR. Okay, wow. First +1. Good job.
That's the problem. Science is massively underfunded. We should have government funding for science. We don't.
Have you
not even close to
considered?
enough.
There is a ton of government funding for science. In fact, I'm willing to bet if I go through VODs or videos or YouTubes or whatever the streams of this guy or tweets, I bet he's literally said, the reason why pharmaceuticals shouldn't be sold for profit is because most research is government funded.
Find out this dude is a horseman.
There's tons of government funding for research. I'm pretty sure the majority of like general research is government funded, or at least in the US, I think it is. I don't know about the UK, but
Shitloads of government funding for science. What are you talking
Not
about?
enough.
In the US.
Well, for military
Literal
science.
billions
if it's
of
got
dollars.
military, if it's
for
got
military science, what are you talking about?
military applications, absolutely you have.
Wait,
funding,
you don't
yeah.
think the military wants to de-puberty the enemy? Like, we should have darts that send them through instant de-puberty, and
Hey,
suddenly we
look,
make child
look,
soldiers and turn
you
them
wanna
into
make
war
the argument?
criminals.
You want to make the argument, right, that we shouldn't be focused on puberty blockers for kids and instead find a way to completely reverse the massive physiological effects of puberty?
Yes.
Cool. I agree.
This guy is an enigma to me. He's a mystery. I guess he has the degree. He has a master's in genetics. I just don't know. He's a mystery.
Once we get those, we can stop using puberty blockers.
You have to think
Awesome.
like a 4-star general. It's not useful to give puberty blockers to already developed soldiers of the enemy. but
No,
it's
they haven't
really
completely. This is a fun one. So one of their favorite arguments that people who are against puberty blockers love to use is puberty blockers are the same drugs used for chemical castration of adults.
So
It's
we
true,
need
you
to.
know?
Yeah,
It's
but
true.
chemical
100% the same drugs.
Yeah, and that's horrifying to me. But like chemical
Why is it
castration.
I like how he just brought the argument to something that Nick has probably never said in his life because he probably already knows a counter to it. What is the point of that?
Like just the concept of it. Like not that they do it. I'm just saying like conceptually that medicine works that way.
So it's really interesting
This is not
because
a person thing.
in somebody who's gone through puberty, the drugs have a completely different effect as somebody who hasn't. Because when you're a child and you've never gone through puberty, blocking those hormones, it just keeps you in your current state, right? Keeps you in
when I did
homeostasis.
heroin as a 9-year-old, it was way different too.
Not quite the same thing, because you're either stopping an effect, you're stopping access to a hormone that your body has become accustomed to, or you are stopping the hormone from changing your body to make your body accustomed to it. When you just stop it from changing your body, when you keep your body in homeostasis, it's kind of okay. Most of that is going to be safe, reversible. Most things that keep the body in homeostasis are pretty fine, pretty safe, and all the research has shown that. Now, it is
Wait,
true.
you said homeostasis, right? Not like homostasis.
No, homeostasis.
It doesn't keep kids gay. That would be terrifying.
Okay, I'm going to be really nitpicky, and I'm assuming I'm incorrect here because it seems like he's got the educational background. I thought homeostasis just refers to like maintaining like your normal metabolism and maintaining like the function of your body. You can still be going through puberty, but your body is constantly in homeostasis. Doesn't that just refer to keeping like the balance of everything in your body such that it continues functioning? Like a 6-month-old baby's body is in homeostasis, and like a 13-year-old body is in homeostasis. A 6-year-old body is in homeostasis. That was my understanding. Whether or not you have hormones or not, I don't know if that impacts it at all, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
Gay is kind of something that I believe you're born gay if you're gay, but that's I'm sure you have a different opinion on that.
I have no opinion on whether or not people are
It's
born
not a very
or not gay.
granular
See,
term.
I don't care if people are gay or trans. This is one of the misalignments.
So you think adults who choose to transition, that's fine?
Of course.
I didn't even go through puberty. I woke up on my 12th birthday ripped, covered in hair with a 7-foot frame, 1 million in e-commerce money in my bank account, and big juicy boobies.
You think it's fine and that they should be allowed to be part of society and all of that?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Why the hell wouldn't they?
That's great. I'm super shocked by that. I'm gonna be honest.
Why are you shocked by that?
Well, I mean, you were laughing it up with Noel while he was using slurs, so I just.
Oh my god. Do you see the brain rot? Using slurs equals transphobic equals you might like. Look, he's doing the thing. He's doing the thing that I'm arguing against. He's doing the thing. He found a label for him, transphobic, because he fits some quality of that, which was using slurs, and then he ascribed a whole different set of beliefs to him that are now he's finding out are incorrect. He did the thing. That is the thing.
I can't say it on Twitch.
No,
can I?
not
'Cause I'll get
what.
banned.
Not say slurs, but what is a slur?
Slurs, derogatory terms that have been
Terms.
created.
Words, right? Like it's
created
words. Who fucking
specifically
cares?
To target and okay, all right, that's fine.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
here's the
fine.
problem with
That's your
slurs
opinion.
is that they're just words. Like at the
So you
end of the
think-
day,
I'll give you an example. You think it's fine to use the N word when you're talking to a black person, like to insult them, use the N word, hard R.
depends
all
on
that.
the
You think that's
situation,
fine?
right?
I love Nick. He's like a hardcore libertarian. I say a lot. We would probably disagree on a ton of shit. I'm sure we do disagree on a ton of shit, but that's... Man, he'll eat those libertarian bullets all day long, which is funny as fuck to me.
Well,
Wait,
mocking them. If you
to insult
you're
them or
mocking-
mock them?
if
I
you're
wouldn't
mocking black
recommend it.
people- Yeah, but you wouldn't recommend it, or you think it's bad?
I wouldn't recommend it.
Do you think it's a bad thing to do?
I don't know. What is
Would
bad?
you laugh if somebody was doing it? If somebody was mocking black people using the N word with the hard R, would you be laughing it up in a call with them?
It depends on the speaker.
Okay, some white dude, right?
Okay.
Is saying, hey,
man.
fuck them, N-word, they're stupid, they're gross, blah, 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 blah. All the racist shit that you hear
Is it
from
a
racist
comedy
people.
routine? Is there a good joke at the end of it?
Well,
Is he like-
I don't
because-
think, I
is
don't
he
think
like-
there was any particular comedy with what Noel was saying, so, you know,
No,
he
listen,
sounded like he was
but
crying
is
the
it
whole
like
time.
is it like because they fucked my wife and I had to get a divorce? Like, is that the punchline? Like, cause that'd be kind
no.
of funny, right? Like, cause that's a guy
Well,
self-emasculating.
no. It's the
using...
racism is the joke. The racism is the joke, right? Like to them, the race it's just being racist because they think being racist is funny. Just
So
like
that
Noel
it's
was
a
being
joke?
transphobic because he thinks that transphobia is funny.
How is Noel being transphobic?
Oh my god.
Oh,
dude.
come on.
This
now.
I'm
conversation.
asking. I don't know. Like, I'm clearly
Using-
not an expert on the
using-
field. You are. I
Using
have
Keffels'
bad judgment. on
using
this.
Keffels' dead name over and over again,
What, Lucas?
misgendering Keffels over and over again.
Lucas and him. Is that?
and-
I'm just
yeah,
trying
and-
to clarify.
and using the word that sounds like, you know, cartoon over and over again to refer to the
Spoon. I'm
come
just
on.
trolling you. I know he said
Yeah,
troon,
please
right?
don't say it
Troon.
because no, please don't say it. Please don't say it because
Why?
I would actually because it's a slur and it's registered on Twitch as a slur. I would
Oh,
have
shit,
to end the
I'm
call
sorry.
by Twitch laws. Yeah. So,
Okay, I didn't
yeah.
know about the Twitch thing. I didn't
It's
know.
fine. Luckily, the context you're using was just
Yeah.
asking, "Is this the word?" Which technically
Okay,
is
okay.
allowed. So we'll.
Because I
But,
am
like-
actually fully opposed to using slurs on other people's streams, and I did
appreciate
not
that.
mean to do that.
Yeah.
Okay,
so that's the word. So like, just
so
using the M word
spoon
in
with
that
a-
context. Yeah.
Spoon with a
Using-
transmission attached. But
Yeah.
like, that's not just a general statement about trans people. That's not like a general term about trans people.
It literally is. It's just a
No, it's
slur
not.
used for trans people. What
Not
is
on
it then?
Kiwi Farms, it's not.
Is it not? They literally accused me of becoming one.
Well, maybe you are. I don't know.
Well, I'm not. I'm.
But I think it's related.
have
Like
no
it's a
intention of
subset
transitioning
of
ever.
trans people.
No.
Like like general.
I'm pretty
trans
sure on
people are
Kiwi Farms they call all trans people are troons. It's just because it's not like Kiwi Farms thinks they're good trans people. Or maybe in other threads, maybe they think differently in Kiwi Farms. But my understanding is in Kiwi Farms they all hate trans people. Like that entire forum hates trans people. I'm pretty sure they would use that slur against any trans person. Depends on the thread. Are there threads on KF that have like pro-trans people? I've never seen it. Maybe there might be though. I mean,
trans. Spoons, we'll just use words that rhyme because I like that you said that. I've done
It's
that
a bit
before
split?
too.
Oh, I haven't seen those other
Spoons
threads, huh?
are something that is like has a particular quality. Like maybe they don't present well. Like it's a derogatory phrase. Don't get me wrong, but it's not a generalized phrase for trans people. I made the same mistake. I was corrected
shit.
vehemently and violently. I thought it was a general term, and they're like, "No, you fucking idiot." You can't just go around calling your trans friends spoons. You can't do that. And I was like, but I do that all the time. I learned it from watching Kiwi Farms. And they were like, no, you're a dumbass. This applies to a specific subset of trans people. Because you know there's a shitload of trans people on Kiwi Farms, right? Who are not only active participants, but are mods.
I know that they claim to be trans. I know that.
Oh, wait.
No,
Oh,
actually,
no.
Whoa. Do you
I no.
deny?
As in,
Oh no, careful. You're about to, oh yeah, Nick sees blood in the water. You're going down a really spooky road there when you're going to say, well, those people aren't real trans people, when you're probably like a chief captain of the fucking self-ID world. You got to be real careful there, Duncan.
They say on the forums, I'm trans, therefore it's okay for me to say this, but I do not think that they actively believe that they are trans.
Bro, it's Kiwi Farms. You don't have to be anything. It's not like, hold on, did you just use a slur? Well, time to do a skin check to make sure that you're okay to say that. Bro, it's Kiwi Farms. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, did that guy just use a racial slur here? Nola's gonna come and ban you.
In their real lives.
Wait, what gives you license to deny they're trans?
For example, we've got evidence. Okay, so is Null trans?
No, Null's a Jew.
Well,
what does that mean? Can Jewish people not be trans? This conversation is wild.
That, by the way, I know you've called him a Nazi a whole bunch, but you know that Null's like Jewish, right? You know that's why they call him Jewsh, J-E-W-S, when S-H, when his name is Josh, is because he's a giant fucking Jew.
I don't know.
Null's super Jewish. Did you listen to him talk about money? That was a joke. That was a joke. Come on, it's a joke. You can laugh. It's okay.
I'm Jewish descent as well. You know,
Hey, what does he mean when he says that? Why did he say I'm Jewish descent, but not just say I'm Jewish? I actually don't believe a single thing this guy says about anything. My brain has been poisoned against everything this guy could possibly say. And it's not, I'm admitting, I don't mean that like oh, I have a healthy amount of skepticism. I mean, like, this guy could tell me 2 + 2 is 4, and I might forget all of math. Like, that's how biased I am against anything this Duncan dude says. He's poisoned my brain. Holy shit.
Maybe a little bit of generational sensitivity there.
Look, I'm Polish, so I'm the Jews of Eastern Europe. That's all.
Oh, well, my dad's a Polish Jew, so, you know.
Perfect. I bet he and I would get along really well. I'd be like, Polska.
Maybe because his mom's not a Jew. That's what he means by kind of Jew.
Rocket.
He puts a lot of stake in science and things, like doctor, all of that shit.
So do I.
Well, not so much. Your intuition is more important than decades of research?
Yes, it is. 100%.
Well, I don't understand how you can say you put a lot of stock in science and then say that my intuition is more important than decades of scientific research.
I get that there are lots of things out there that you don't understand, but the cool thing is you don't have a monopoly on knowledge or understanding, and your understanding is irrelevant to whether or not something is okay.
But you're not using any knowledge. You're just using your opinion. Did you not say it's your intuition?
Wait, are you saying that intuition is not knowledge-based?
Well, I'm saying that your intuition clearly isn't.
Whoa, how can you make that determination? You don't know any of my intuition.
Because
you don't know the basis of my intuition.
God, you know what would be really interesting? Is if, what if Rakita here brought up the like, oh, so you don't think personal experiences are valid points of knowledge? How do you feel about standpoint epistemology and its use in CRT? Do you think that entire field is based off of an illegitimate epistemology then? I don't know if Nick does any of that shit, but I would be interested to see how Duncan would respond to that. Because I think for foundational beliefs in CRT, I think personal experiences are like incredibly important, you know?
Decades of scientific research.
Didn't you say that giving puberty blockers to children without the parental consent is evil? The lesser of two evils, but yes, it is evil, right?
I think
it discludes a doctor from being involved necessarily, right?
Right, but then do you think that it should be, okay, let me ask you this. Do you think that kids should legally be able to demand a doctor for an assessment despite the will of their parents?
I think their parents should be involved in that discussion. I think there's a certain point that can be proven under law, a law which a society will get together and determine is the appropriate level of requisite proof, and that they can maybe override the will of a parent, perhaps. But they have to pass some level of scrutiny, because there's too many people out. Like, dude, I know, again, the no kids thing. There are people out there who want to give heroin to your children, and like, there are doctors out there who would give heroin to your children. I know that's really scary to think about, and you're like, no way.
What was it you said about the vast majority? Do you think the vast majority of doctors would want to give heroin to your children?
No, I'm not talking about the vast majority of doctors here.
I wasn't allowed to talk about the minority of bad parents.
No, you can talk about the minority of bad parents.
Bad doctors?
Can you elaborate on how personal anecdote is important to CRT? isn't CRT built on this idea of like standpoint theory? Is a theory for analyzing intersubjective discourses. Standpoint theory proposes that authority is rooted in individuals' personal knowledge and perspectives and the power that such authority exerts. Standpoint theory's central concept is that an individual's perspectives are shaped by their social and political experiences. The amalgamation of a person's experiences form a standpoint, a point of view, through which the individual understands the world in responses, blah, 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 blah. And I think that this is a central epistemic foundation for, I think, critical race theory. Or it might be for all critical theory, actually. But it's a common theme. The view that members of racial minority groups have a unique authority and ability to speak about racism. This is seen as undermining dominant narratives relating to racial inequality, but it has to do with like standpoint epistemology, and it's through valuable firsthand accounts of the experience of racism. I'm pretty sure Duncan here supports CRT just because it seems like it would, but
you can talk about the minority of bad parents all day. I didn't say you couldn't talk about it. I'll let you talk about anything.
But the minority of bad doctors, that's something that you can bring up as a reason that doctors should have less say than parents.
You can bring up the minority of bad parents. I will just point to the majority as the better argument.
Okay, and I'll point to the majority of doctors as the better argument. I think the doctors have a much better track record. I think the doctors in general understand the concept of being transgender and whether a kid should have access to hormone blockers
while we're on this
a lot
subject,
better than the average parent.
While we're on this subject, is one bad parent more impactful or one bad doctor?
I think it depends how bad the parent or how bad the doctor is. I think that is I think that because
so if there's a doctor who prescribes heroin to children, like opiates to children.
I think that's pretty fucked up. I think that sometimes kids need opiate treatment. I think that sometimes they need
very strictly regulated opiate treatment because they have severe pain management that needs to happen. I got it. But let's say there's a doctor who's like, you know what? I just think kids are better when they're high a little bit, and they prescribe a little bit. That's
a pretty bad doctor, though, isn't it?
Shit doctor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that doctor would have.
What about parents who rape their kids?
Jesus. That's a really bad parent for one child.
Oh, and then Nick's counter here would be, what do you think is worse for society? A parent that rapes kids or a teacher that rapes kids? Because that would play into Nick's argument. A teacher that rapes kids can rape a lot of kids. A parent that rapes kids can only rape their kids. Or maybe the neighbor's kids. That's what Nick is going for.
Yeah. What about doctors who rape all their patients? Like Dr. Jerry Nadler, for example.
Fuck that dude. Fuck that dude. And fuck the other one. Who was the doctor who artificially inseminated like 600 women because he worked in a fertility clinic and he just replaced all of the men's sperm with his own? Like that's a really
Dr.
bad
Chad
fucking doctor.
Thundercock. That was his name.
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
Jesus Christ.
Just kidding. I don't know his name.
He had some weird fetish about just wanting hundreds of kids, and he just lied about sperm donors, lied about everything, and just
but so is the parent who rapes their gymnastics child better or worse than the parent than Jerry Nadler who raped several gymnastics children?
Yeah, this is the analogy to go with.
I think that they're both just as bad as each other. They're both kid rapists.
Come on.
Right?
You got to bite the bullet on that.
They're both kid rapists. I think if you rape,
why are they just
this
as
is a
bad?
difficult
What are you
one.
basing that like equality on?
Okay, this is again subjective, but fundamentally, I think if you rape a kid, there's nothing you can do that's worse than that. I would rather be friends with.
I can think of at least one thing that would be worse than raping a kid, and that's raping 2 kids. No? That should be a pretty easy one to figure out. No? Pretty simple math there? Probably.
With a murderer than somebody who has raped a kid. You know what I mean?
Me too.
Yeah, like if you've killed somebody, there are reasonable explanations for murder, right? In my opinion, there are reasonable explanations where people are
like they gave drugs to kids who didn't without their parents' consent,
or they raped your kid, or they raped your kid, you know, and then
I like Gary Plausch, personal hero. I would
think
Gary Plausch every pedophile I could.
It's at the point that it's like, okay, well, either way they raped a kid. I don't know how you split hairs beyond that being worse, because you could argue either direction. Well, you know, this doctor raped more than one kid, but that
the moral calculation might have diminishing returns. Yeah, it would probably be, there'd be like a decreasing marginal evil to raping a kid. Like if you rape 1 kid, you're way worse than the guy that's raped 0 kids. But if you rape like 100 kids, you're probably just a little bit worse than the guy that's raped 99 kids. Like, is it that much of a difference at that point? That's probably true.
Parent, there's the aspect of trust. They're the kid's parent. Is it more damaging? There's all kinds of hairs you could split. At the end of the day, they're both fucking awful, right? They are so bad that they are the dregs of humanity, and you have a really good idiom for those people.
Can I say a really offensive joke right now? Like, will you be okay?
As long as it won't get me banned on Twitch.
It won't get you banned on Twitch.
Oh my god, dude.
All right.
You know who doesn't have to worry about splitting hairs? I'm not going to say the punchline because you already know. Look at your fucking face. This.
I don't get it. Fuck. Am I a moron? You know who doesn't have to worry about splitting hairs? I don't get it. Explain to me. I'm so dumb. Oh, is it a pubic hair joke? My mind went there, but I don't think that's that funny. Okay, never mind.
This is why free speech should exist, because you never know. You literally never know when it's a joke, do you?
The problem is that joke like beneficial? Is it like funny, or is it just shock value? I mean, okay, who cares? But like, am I ever not discussing free speech here? We're trying to like actually discuss the concepts at hand, which is, does a parent know best in a medical situation for their child?
I don't know.
That's the question. I don't think so. I think if you got every situation where the parents and the doctors disagree in history, right? 99.9999% of the time, the doctors were right and the parents were wrong.
I 100% disagree with that number that you made up.
Well, obviously it's made up. That's what I'm saying. Like, how do you think the parents
Brittany, what are you
know better
doing?
than doctors
Is she having a
what is
breakdown
right
again?
for a medical treatment for a child?
Maybe they don't think that the child needs a medical treatment in the context of being trans. Because they go, like, hear me out. Maybe they say, look, when I was a kid, I used to play with Barbies. Or
Which Brittany? Britney Spears, sorry.
The case of a woman. I used to wear short hair. I used to like to climb and run and get dirty and muddy. I didn't like dresses. And the parent goes, I remember that I was like this in very, very similar ways for a very, very long time. And social mores have maybe, and we're talking about going from like the 60s or 70s to today. So I really don't think so. But social mores have dictated that now the tomboy is a boy instead of just a tomboy. Or the slightly effeminate boy is a female rather than just being slightly effeminate. Maybe they like playing with dolls. Maybe they like the color pink. That doesn't necessarily mean. Now, I know that what you have already said is you believe that's why a psychiatric evaluation should come up to say,
you think parents should be legally responsible if they're
generally like
their bigotry towards a trans child leads to the kid harming themselves? That's a really hard one. The areas are all too new right now to know for sure.
Genuinely dysmorphia. The problem is gender dysmorphia is so fucking rare. Like it's catastrophically rare.
That's a fun one. Okay.
Okay, tell me about how gender dysmorphia is not rare.
Okay, first of all, gender dysmorphia is a DSM-4 term. We're in DSM-5 now. It's
okay.
outdated,
What's the new thing on gender dysmorphia? What is it called now?
It's not a psychiatric disorder anymore. It's been taken out of DSM.
Wait, aren't we talking about gender dysphoria, not gender dysmorphia? You have body dysmorphia and it's gender dysphoria. And I thought gender dysphoria was in the DSM-5.
7K watching and 900 likes. Shushing face.
Gender dysphoria is a clinically significant distress or impairment related to gender incongruence, which may include desire to change primary and or secondary sex characteristics. Being a trans person is no longer in the DSM as a mental illness like it was in the DSM-4, but gender dysphoria is still in the DSM. But
what is it?
Just like female. Right?
What's the new thing on gender dysmorphia? What is it called now?
It's not a psychiatric disorder anymore. It's been taken out of the DSM.
What is it?
Just female hysteria has been taken out of the DSM.
Good.
Like,
I guess.
They don't exist.
But look,
right, like
bitches be crazy every. Wait, no, that's lunacy. Female lunacy.
Yeah,
right? Like,
female lunacy.
They're
hysteria
over.
was orgasms. No, it was orgasms.
Well,
it was a woman who had an orgasm.
Have you ever given a woman an orgasm? I don't know any man who has.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have.
No, I said I don't know any man who has. So you're the first I've ever met. Did you care that she had an orgasm?
Absolutely.
That was nice and noble of you. Okay, no,
Well,
I
it's-
agree
it's
with
not
female
that.
hysteria.
Sex is better when they have an orgasm too. Like it just is better.
No, I
Plus, you get
disagree
to
with
have
that.
more of
Sex
it.
is better when they're screaming and crying.
These jokes. Like,
Wait,
gonna
are you
get them out of
starting?
your system?
I'm gonna do it. Fuck it. You know what? I have respect for it. Abba was right. Because I think normally if the jokes aren't landing, I'd probably go to move on. I'm not gonna move on anymore. I'm just gonna let it hang. I'm gonna let it hang hard. I have respect for Nick on that one. Yeah, fuck it, dude.
These jokes.
That was like a 5-second
Screaming
hang,
and
dude.
crying.
Too. Like it just is
No,
better.
I
Plus, you get
disagree
to
with
have
that.
more of
Sex
it.
is better when they're screaming and crying.
These jokes. Like,
Wait,
gonna
are you
get them out of
starting?
your system?
They're jokes. Yes,
no,
that's
no,
the
yeah,
whole
yeah.
point.
Okay.
They're jokes. There's jokes in comedy are okay, even when they're highly offensive. They're fine.
Yeah, I just don't find it particularly funny. Shock humor.
You don't
doesn't do it
have
for me.
to.
Shock
You don't
humor
have
doesn't do
to.
it for me. That's
No
it.
one
I
asked
just
you to
don't.
find it funny.
Yeah, okay. All right.
There's
I
only
mean,
one person who matters on if a joke is funny when I tell it.
That's me.
Fair enough. I mean, if that's it, like you're clearly very self-involved, seeing as you don't care about making the woman come. So like, it's
That's
fine.
right.
if
Why
it-
the hell would
the
I?
same
Oh
for
my
comedy.
god. Women get so much like they get so much free shit in our society. Men just throw money at them. They like took them out of the kitchen for some reason. They put shoes on these bitches and like we're supposed to make them come still at the end of the day. Like all the stuff I have to do. I'm a walking ATM. I just throw money out left and right. Every single request that any woman ever makes, I have to fucking account. I have to hold doors. I have to drive them around because you can't trust them to drive.
Do you think that like just spouting misogynistic talking points is somehow comedy? Like that's I'm genuinely curious. I'm sorry for this aside. Like that's your humor.
That's my humor literally in this moment.
Okay.
And I think it's pretty fucking funny right now.
Do
Because
you?
like look at you and your reaction to it is
my
that
reaction is just
despise.
fundamental boredom. It's just boredom.
Yes,
I
know.
It's just like I've heard these arguments from Andrew Tate.
But
I've
it's
heard
not
these
an
arguments-
argument, it's a joke.
Yeah, but
Like do you
he
like
framed it
here's
as a joke as well. He said he was just joking.
but here's
right?
the question, do you genuinely believe I believe everything I just said?
I don't know you. I don't know you beyond
Exactly.
the interactions
have
I've had
no
with you.
idea,
So,
do
like,
you?
I have no idea if you mean it, but I would.
Right. So let's get back to that initial question you asked me about the idiom. What did I mean when I said it? What did I
Again,
mean when
you
I
were
said get on the
referencing-
fucking
you were
wall?
You were referencing, again, people being lined up against a wall and shot in a German.
No, you
concentration
said
camp,
that
as far as
that
I'm
was the
concerned.
first usage, and I'll take your
Well,
word for it, even
that's
though
what the idiom
I
is.
strongly disagree that that's the first usage of the idiom. But that's what you said. But you just said you don't know me. You also thought that I hated trans people. Remember when you came on the stream? You thought that, but I told you no. I trans people are great, and I believe that anybody over the age of 18, because we've decided that that's the legal age of contract for whatever reason, that they can transition. Right? Like that was a surprise to you, genuinely, right?
Yeah, no, genuinely, that
hold
surprised
on.
me.
Do you know that I said that in the same fucking clip that Keffels retweeted that someone posted?
You didn't quite say that. You didn't
yes,
quite
I
say
did.
that.
Anybody
You
who
said
is-
giving
I said it.
hormones to children who aren't
Yes.
old enough to make the decision yet. That is not quite
And
the same thing
then
as saying I fully support.
and then I said right after that, and you can go to the fucking clip all day, buddy.
Well,
I
you deleted
said,
the scream, so.
I said anybody over the age of 8, it's on Rumble and Odyssey. The only reason I had to delete it is because
Keffels
you
is
people
mass
want people
reporting it.
removed from the ability to speak over your fucking misunderstandings, which is embarrassing.
Not the ability to speak, just the ability to have a YouTube channel. There are different
Right,
things.
the ability to speak on YouTube over your misunderstanding, over your inability to listen to the next fucking line where I said anybody over the age of 18 can do whatever they want to their body. I don't care if they change genders. I don't care if they become trans-abled. I don't care if they become trans race. I don't care at all what you do.
But then trans race, okay, what's transracial? What is that? Can you define it?
Rachel Dolezal, she's transracial.
Oh,
Don't you
God.
know her?
How did we
She's
go to
a
this?
fucking hero of America. She's a
So-
white woman who not only became black, but she became the leader of the NAACP
I remember.
chapter.
I remember, but here's the thing, okay? So
Oh, man.
transracial, she became black.
She
What
white
makes somebody-
supremacied so hard that she became the leader of the NAACP chapter. It's hilarious. It's so comically fucking ridiculous that she did this, and everybody has to support her as a hero because she identifies as black. Is Rachel Dolezal a bad black person?
What's interesting is here that you are confusing
Believe me, I'm not
construct
confused.
of race, the social construct of race
With the social construct of gender?
Well, no.
Wait, I thought
This is what
gender was a social
I'm trying to
construct.
I'm trying to finish.
Okay, sorry.
speaking.
I didn't mean to jump
There's
on
a
you.
social-
I'm drinking. It's not my
there's
fault.
a social construct of race.
Yeah.
And then there is a biological reality of ethnicity.
Oh,
right?
Wait.
Oof.
Okay.
Okay.
There's a biological
So, just
reality
like-
of ethnicity.
yes, just like there is a
Okay.
social construct of gender, and there is a biological reality of sex. I do not believe that anybody can change their. Well, I think sex is a lot more complex than most people think.
Well,
I've
wait
got
a minute.
whole
No,
video on
finish
this.
the sentence you were going to
But
say
I
where
do
you
not
don't believe that any
people can change their sex. If
Ooh.
you're talking about their karyotypic sex, if you're talking about their genotypic sex, you
Very
cannot
offensive.
change those. Phenotypic sex and hormonal sex, which are the two other categories of sex, can be changed, but even phenotypic sex can't be changed entirely if you've already gone through a puberty.
If
Okay,
I
you
had to
can't
guess
say-
with absolutely no background in genetics or anything whatsoever, and I look forward to somebody emailing me and telling me that I am in fact wrong on this. If I had to guess, I bet that when you study genetics, I bet there's sex as a category, and these are like subcategories pointing towards sex. But I bet in genetics, there's not like the phrase like, oh, this is the karyotypic sex, this is the genotypic sex, this is the phenotype. I bet that doesn't exist. I don't believe it. I don't believe it for this. I bet that there are different ways that you can ascertain the sex of any like individual organism, but I don't think these things exist. But I could be wrong. If somebody wants to email me, tell me wrong. I'm curious.
Right?
Okay, go ahead,
This
sorry.
is just a fact. So
Yeah,
when
I'm
someone
not
says I'm
arguing with you. I'm
transracial,
learning.
well, race is a social construct. Absolutely, I believe that. And if somebody says I
Mm-hmm.
am African because I was born in Africa, I grew up in Africa,
But
I grew
Africans
up in
can
the
be
culture.
white.
Yeah, I'm a white African. I was born in Zimbabwe,
Oh, my brother.
so
I
I'm
would have worn
from
a daishiki
Zimbabwe.
if I knew.
I'm from Zimbabwe. But I'm not black. Do you see
You're
that?
not?
Like the race.
Your camera
or the-
does not do you justice. It has
Wait,
you
we're not
very
talking
black.
about
I'm
race
pale.
or ethnicity at all when it comes to where you're born. That's not related at all to any of that. What are we talking about right now? What? That doesn't make you biologically African because you were born in fucking Zimbabwe. I don't even know if I believe that he was born in Zimbabwe, dude. Does he actually say that he's African? Geographically, I guess that's true.
Hell as fuck.
No, you're in
I get it.
blackface. I can see it. No, I'm just kidding. Go on. Sorry.
Right. So the reason that I do not believe in transracial is because transracial people aren't saying, I really enjoy black culture. I grew up in a black area. I love all of that shit. And so I identify with that culture and I love experiencing that culture. They're not doing that. What
Wait,
they're
Rachel
saying is,
Dolezal did
I am
that.
black. She dyed her skin.
Yeah,
She
because she
dyed her
wanted to
skin.
fit in.
That's not the same. She said that she was of African descent. She said that that was her genealogy. She claimed to be a black woman, not that she loves the culture or she's part of that. She claimed to be black,
Right.
as in the biological reality of the ethnicity. And I don't believe that people who say that they're changing their biological reality, I don't believe that that's okay, especially when you're trying to imitate a minority, okay?
Okay, so changing your biological reality is not okay.
No, I didn't say that.
Terrible.
Okay.
That's what you
Because-
just said.
No, because trans
I think we can
people
go back and
don't
clip that.
claim trans people don't claim to be karyotypically or genotypically female, do they?
Wait a minute.
Okay,
You're
well,
saying
I disagree
No,
with the ones who do.
Trans people as a class do not
On-
not claim
on what
this
I've seen-
very specific genetic reality of sex.
Well,
there's no
that's-
fucking way on earth that is
That's
true.
the reality. Well, that is. I
That
mean,
is
if they
not-
do,
you are
if they
not-
do, I disagree with them fundamentally because it's against the science. You can't change your karyotypic or genotypic reality. You
Yeah, but
can't change that.
Do you think that every
Not
trans
yet.
person is like, you know what? I actually agree that I'm karyotypically and what's the other one?
genotypically, which are the main things that we talk about when we talk about sex.
I'm karyotypically and genotypically male, but I'm actually phenotypically and what's the other one?
Hormonally
female. Like I'm just half female. I'm just 2 out of 4.
I don't. First of all, I think that like when we talk about sex colloquially, we're generally talking about karyotypically, excluding people with DSDs, right? So
do you think that people are literally?
Oh, we got another abbreviation. Let's count 2.
Talking about one. I don't. 1 out of 4 sexual characters. Like,
yeah, I think that when people talk about,
it's funny because I don't know if Nick has ever like heard anything. If Nick had like followed these communities more, he'd have so many killer arguments. And I don't know what the fuck Duncan does either. But like Nick could say, well, what do they mean when they say that like trans women are biologically women? Then Duncan, what do they mean when they say that? Like that would be a good question for him to ask. But he's just not familiar with the community, so he doesn't even know that that's like a thing. I think, or if he does, he's just not asking that question.
Like at your grocery store?
When I ask what biology makes you male, what's your answer? What's your go-to answer in your head from like high school biology?
I don't fucking know.
What makes a
I
male
didn't
a
take
male?
high school biology. That's ridiculous.
Okay. So have you heard of XX and XY?
No. Yes, of course. I'm just kidding.
Okay. XX is karyotypic female. XY is karyotypic male.
Right, but there's an incredible minority of people who might be like XXY, for example.
XXY or like XY, SRY negative, and then they develop perfectly normally as a female. I mean, there's an XY woman who's
do they have nice tits when they develop perfectly normally as a female?
They don't look any differently. You would not tell.
But I don't believe those people, XY chromosome androgen insensitive women, because they, for all intents and purposes, they look and appear to be women. I don't believe they've got functioning gametes, though. I don't think they can have children. I could be wrong on that, but I don't believe they have children or can have children.
Genetic test.
I'm gonna find one.
There are XY females who have given birth. I can link you the article right now.
What is the percentage of those people? Like
wait, there are XY females that have given birth. Hold on. XY females Reddit. Or not Reddit, I'm sorry. Wikipedia. Girls with Swyer syndrome lack sex glands, ovaries. Instead of sex glands, women with Swyer syndrome have gonadal streaks in which the ovaries do not develop properly and are replaced by functionless scar tissue. Because they lack ovaries, girls with Swyer syndrome do not produce sex hormones and will not undergo puberty unless treated with hormone replacement therapy. Mutations in several different genes are known to cause Swyer syndrome. This mutation can occur as a result of the new gene mutation or can be inherited in an autosomal dominant, autosomal recessive, X-linked, or Y-linked manner. I don't believe they can have children, so I don't know what he means when he says that's a specific syndrome. Are there other XY syndromes where you can have children? Can you find me one example? I'm just curious. XY female pregnancy. Let's look at this. Males and most XY females cannot become pregnant because they don't have a uterus. This implies that there is at least some XY females that can. Between 95% and 99% of XXY men are infertile. Reported fertility in a woman with a predominantly 46 XY karyotype and a family with multiple disorders of sexual development. Context, we report here in a remarkable family in which the mother of a woman with 46 XY complete gonadal dysgenesis cultured skin and a predominantly 46 patients. Oh, she developed as a normal woman and underwent spontaneous puberty. Interesting. The range of phenotypes observed in this unique family suggests that there may be transmission of a mutation and a novel sex-terminating gene. Okay, so at least one person this has happened with. Super niche, but it can happen. Okay, interesting.
I'm looking if I'm throwing darts at like a Jason Aldean concert. Like if I hit one. What's the
For
percentage
people,
of chance?
For people who are like DSD, you're looking at like 1 in 40 people has some form of DSD. And then if you're looking at like
1 in 40? That sounds really high, but okay. Occurrence of DSD. The incidence of disease is 1 to 4,500 to 1 to 5,000 live births. I've heard this before, that some people say that like 1 in 50 people are intersex, but I feel like in that study or the way they said that, I think they defined it as like really, really weird or something. But I would have to go back and look, because I've heard that number once before and I think it was bullshit. But it comes from like one thing. That DSD category can get blown out to be really, really, really huge.
Y carrier type, but then typically female, or like they develop typically female. You're looking at like 1 in thousands. And then if you're looking at a person who's XY, but female and fertile, you're looking at 1 in many millions. Okay, it's very rare.
I want to impregnate an XY woman. Like, I have to have sex with shitloads of women. Like, just absolute, like tidal waves full of women. Like that doctor, right, who is doing the artificial inseminations.
Yeah.
Like, I have to be on his level of
No,
chattiness.
even he didn't even get close.
He's
like,
not even close. What
no,
about like Magic Johnson?
No, not even close. It's
really.
I think there's
Holy
like
shit.
4 recorded instances that we've ever found in human history of XY female who is fertile.
So in like 70 billion people, we have 4
that we found. Yeah.
Okay.
Like obviously we haven't genotypically tested 70 billion people, but like
right, because like
that's
it was
incredibly
really
rare,
hard a while back.
But this is besides the point, because I don't run into many trans people who say that they are female. They say that they are women. Those are not the same thing.
Sure.
So trans people don't claim to be, as your transracial, analogy. They don't claim to be black. They're just claiming to be
women,
part of the social group. Yeah, to be women, not claiming to be female. And I think that those two things are different.
So you're claiming that I won't say every, because that's every fountain, the no true Scotsman fallacy doesn't that's a point. You're saying the reasonable majority of trans people are disambiguating between women and female.
There's a reason that they don't call themselves, or people don't call themselves, transsexual anymore, right? That's a very outdated
I think
term.
there's a shitload of reasons that have nothing to do with biological reality that people don't say transsexual.
All right. I think that the distinction between gender and sex is a primary driver of that.
That's because you're a geneticist and a biologist, but most people,
I acknowledge my biases.
Like, you realize that most people are just retarded, right? Like the average person is just fundamentally fucking stupid walking around.
Oh, I've made that argument many times. If 100 is,
the average trans statistically would be the average person on intelligence, right?
And yet they're still smart enough to say, I'm transgender and not I'm transsexual. And I don't see people arguing that they are biologically female.
You say smart enough, but there's plenty of other reasons beyond biological realities or biological studies to drop transsexual and use transgender.
Sure. I'm just saying, I don't see trans people claiming to be.
Do you literally think like a 90 IQ trans person is like, you know what? I'm debating between calling myself transgender and transsexual, but I know that I'm talking about
because we're talking about a social
stats.
movement. No, we're talking about a social movement in a generality, right? Like people don't use transsexual in a generality because it's an inaccurate term.
So are you saying that widespread social movements have influence on people's choices?
Oh boy, social contagion.
This is a fun one, because this is going to be your gotcha for.
No, it's not a gotcha. I'm just asking.
Trans kids are being influenced to be trans because.
Why do you assume the next thing I will say constantly? Like, I know you've been in shitty debates with other people, but I'm not those people.
Okay, I believe yes, sociological movements can interpret people's use of language and how they look at
trans kids are indoctrinated by the sociological reality of today. No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry. that was the follow-up joke. But no, tell me more. I want to hear this.
So I'm thinking about how to put this. I think.
Yeah, dumb it down for me, please, because I'm literally fucking stupid
no,
on biology.
I'm
not saying that you're saying that. I'm saying
I'm clearly stupid on American law. So
Does Nick stream like every day? Or is it like pretty rare that he streams? Or fuck, I don't even know how to fucking spell this dude. Streamed 9 hours ago. What the fuck is this guy's sleep schedule? Does this mean it ended 9 hours ago? I don't know if he uses Discord. I messaged him. We'll see.
Oh, it's
but
fine.
That's not your fault. American law is an obscure and obtuse system meant to oppress a whole bunch of people by their inability to understand it. Like that's not like
mostly poor people, by the way. I believe in classism much more than I think classism is one of the most like
I believe in classism.
It's
What
one of
does
the
that mean?
worst sort of bigotries, if you want to call it that exists, and the one that the most common. I think classism is more common than any other form of discrimination, personally. But that's
my favorite bigotry that to do, because like I'm super bigoted, is the soft bigotry of low expectations on black people. Like, because I like don't think that they can even walk, much less get in a car and like drive somewhere. Like I'm super horrible that way.
Okay.
I'm joking.
I'm just gonna get back. Yeah, no, I know. I'm just like, it's like repeat. It's just the same again. It's like, okay, all
what
right,
did you
like,
think
let me
this
just get back on
was?
track.
But just a repeat of me telling jokes, like over and over again.
So, I do think that society can influence the way that people behave, but I think that you have the cause and effect backwards. Okay. So
I have the cause and effect backwards. Okay, this is interesting.
I'm gonna get there. So
no, I'm with it.
You say that you think that there's a massive increase in the number of transgender kids, and therefore that somehow society is influencing kids to be transgender. This was an argument.
I didn't say
earlier,
that.
right? Okay, it's an argument. Well,
it is a common argument. I'll concede it's a very common argument.
Right.
I didn't
common
say
argument,
that,
and you sort of alluded to it earlier, but you didn't say it. Okay.
Yeah. But I've alluded to black people being unable to walk, so I'm not sure if my illusions can be trusted here.
If we look through societies throughout history, right, before you get to sort of modern Christendom and the sort of theocratic, the theocratic empire, British Empire, and then all of that,
right?
You look at that and you see examples of trans people being accepted in society and existing at a much higher rate than they have in the last couple of hundred years in modern Christendom. Okay.
Yeah, it's very weird.
So I'm not so sure that more kids being trans now is because the transes are indoctrinating the kids, as it is that because it's becoming more accepted and it's becoming more visual and more visible in public and on social media and etc., the kids feel safer coming out, and so they don't suppress it so much. Because
but isn't that a fallacy, though? Like, because I don't know if it's a formal fallacy, but it's an informal fallacy of assumption, right? Like, because you framed it in a very particular way. Right? Like the trans movement is socially indoctrinating kids is position A.
Yeah.
And then position B is that kids feel completely safe to now come out as trans. But isn't there a middle ground, an A and a half, if you will, of saying that it has become more socially acceptable and therefore through no malicious or intentional action of any particular actor, kids are jumping on to what has become acceptable. And then when you add in the social reinforcement of the current age of saying anyone who comes out in the LGBTQIA+, unless you're like a white or black man who is gay because they're going down the social stack, but everybody else who comes out on some letter of LGBTQ+, that they are lauded and adored, and that can be
You think that's the case? You think that people come out and that they're lauded and adored?
He's gonna say I don't know.
Oh yeah. 100%.
Oh wow. Okay.
So you don't think kids are bullied for being LGBT?
I think that the amount of support for coming out today outweighs the amount of bullying that is endured.
Oof. I don't know about that one. That's.
How about the fact that
I hate to say it, but that feels like a very online take.
Much more likely to experience sexual violence than other groups. You think that's
well, wait, are they engaging with women? or men?
Oh,
Like,
because
who's
there
the
are trans women
perpetrator
and
of-
trans men?
No, but I'm saying who's the perpetrator of the sexual violence? Is it women or men?
Generally men.
Generally men.
I mean, men are
Okay.
much more sexually violent either way. But even then, trans men are more likely to experience sexual violence than cis men.
So wait, when they become so female to male trans, you're saying,
Yeah,
are more likely to experience sexual violence.
than cis men. Yes.
Okay, how does that work? Like, what's the cause of that?
Because there's a whole culture war going on against trans people.
Okay, so your supposition, because it's got like we don't know,
I mean,
right? So
well,
it's a
statistics
supposition.
show. I mean,
No,
but obviously, it's not
I'm
every
taking
trans
this-
person ever has been polled.
No. I'm taking the statistics arguendo, right? Like I'm
Okay.
taking them and I'm running with it. I'm saying for this purpose of this discussion, I 100% accept your statistics. I don't want to question them at all.
Yep.
Your supposition on the cause is that there's a culture war going on so that men are committing sexual violence specifically against trans people because they don't like them being trans.
Yes, I believe that men commit sexual violence.
Oh, come on, Duncan. We probably would require a more sophisticated understanding than that. That it's really just like, I'm gonna rape you because you're trans. I feel like that's, even if that is the case, I wouldn't intuitively believe that. I would need some sort of, I'm gonna need something to back that up. That just sounds that sounds pretty wild.
It's against trans people because they are taught to hate trans people.
So if I am taught to hate trans people,
I'm more likely to
I will
rape
go
them.
force fuck a trans person. Like that's the, like I'm trying to clarify.
Legitimately, yes.
Okay.
Because there's shame involved. A lot of sexual violence stems from shame. I mean, all kinds of studies can show this. I link them to Destiny in our debate, but
no,
I'll find them
I
again for
believe
you.
I'm
like,
not arguing against you. I'm trying to
maybe
understand.
it's somebody who was attracted to a trans woman, right? Found her attractive, and then has sex with the trans woman, and then decides to get violent out of shame. It literally comes from a place of shame because they've been.
That explanation is more believable.
Okay,
this
so-
trans person's bad and all of this.
Yeah.
That's where a lot of the uptick in sexual violence comes from. Like this is
So
just
they're like, I had sex with you and I thought that was a vagina, but you lied. That was just
even if they were told beforehand, they'll have sex and then be violent during the sex.
Really?
Yeah.
Like violent in a good way? Because like there's some like.
I don't know. If it's not consensual, it's not a good way.
But is it not consensual or is it not consensual after the fact?
Oh,
like,
Jesus.
like maybe she's like, slap me harder, Big Daddy. And he's like, wham, wham, wham. And he throws the slaps down. And then after the fact, she's like, by the way, I was actually born and my name was Ricky. And then he's like, fuck you, you bitch. And then she changes her mind. Like, does that ever happen?
I have no idea. That's a very that's
It's
a very
highly specific, I
situation.
know, because
Yeah,
I use names.
I have no, but even then, I just don't know. I've never seen cases like that. Like I've never seen people making
Wait,
the argument that that's what's happened. I've
Have
never
you seen
people
that
making the
in?
argument
Oh, okay. Ignoring the trans thing, have you seen cases of later retractions of consent, for example, to weaponize against someone over something that happened subsequent to the consent?
Oh, yeah. I had he's no longer with us, but Etika. I'm sure you've heard of him.
R.I.P. to Etika.
So like he was a good friend of mine, and he had a woman accuse him of rape after the fact when he had evidence that
was he
nothing
actually a good
bad
friend,
went
or
on at all.
was this like a posthumous good friend where like once a person dies, all of a sudden 50 million people come out of the woodwork as a good friend? I don't know. I shouldn't even attack him on this because they might have actually been like super close friends. I have no idea. I just know that when I didn't realize how many friends Byron had until he fucking died. I was like, damn, this motherfucker must have been seeing people on the daily. Everybody was his best friend. I hope that when I die, I have a lot of friends. That's all I'm saying, okay?
And he dealt with that. And the
oh, that is true. They were fellow Africans. These guys might have been. These guys were literally homies, dude. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. Chat has presented evidence that Etika did indeed tweet at Duncan in 2015 on 9/11. So, and again in 2017. So, we do have at least 2 tweets, okay? They were homies. Etika might have been spotting Duncan in the gym. Who knows?
Stigma around that for years. Like, it happens. It does happen.
Do you think that was a contributing factor in his suicide?
Oh, no, I think that the bipolar disorder and the fact that everything around his brother and all of that shit, I think the depression.
So you don't think the fact that a bunch of people forever
it happened years before and he'd gotten over it. I'm just saying this as somebody, I was quite close friends with the guy. Like,
and I'm asking,
I don't personally believe so, no.
People didn't.
I love black people. I love some black people hate Blade. I loved Etika.
Oh, that's
my boy.
That's from this. That's from this. This is a meme.
Do you love black people?
Oh, right, okay.
It's because you're familiar with Destiny, so he had an infamous interview with Jesse Lee Peterson.
Infamous.
And that was the question. But no, I'm curious about this Etika thing. So because I didn't know.
It happened years before he was even on YouTube. It was like just
right. But did it follow him? Did it follow him to YouTube?
It was no, it didn't. It never came up on YouTube. I think he mentioned it on a couple of live streams as like something where he's like because he argued believe all women, and he's like,
wait, hold on, is he talking about like a sexual assault thing right now for Etika? Is that what they're talking about? That's what they're talking about, I think.
Believe all women, even though this happened to me, because it's such
that
a
was a dumb position.
Like that was. You can say that. I think
I will
his
say
argument
that over and over.
His argument was
believe all anybody is a stupid position. Okay. Like inherently, it's idiotic. Even believe all correct people is a dumb position.
Okay, yeah, sure. I don't
like
even know where to
no
start
disrespect to Etika. Like
he had some wild takes. Okay, the dude went drinking with Velicify. I think the dude he was
Velicify.
Oh, another. Don't worry about it.
Wait, no, tell me who this is. I don't know this person. I like. Is this a Twitch streamer?
Etika was part of. So as you know, I used to do Pokemon stuff, and Etika was part of the Pokemon community for a long time.
Oh, okay. So you guys were all catching them all.
Yeah.
Do you have a problem with the moral degeneracy of locking an animal in basically a white space void that is absent of time, perhaps indefinitely, like especially if the owner dies to a tragic accident? Like, is that a problem for you?
I think it's a video game. Look, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I've said this to my audience. It's probably not the best thing to say. I never even liked Pokemon that much. It was just that.
God, I thought he was gonna say something way different. I thought he was gonna be ultra edgy, and I was about to say Duncan, respect plus 1,000. But he took the say route. Never mind. Damn. Sorry. Okay.
I got into streaming and stuff through people who did it, and then that's what the audience kept asking for, and I was that guy who was just like, just do what they want, so I'd play it more.
I thought he was gonna say, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, 100. I'm gonna keep it 100. I never even liked Etika. I thought he was gonna go hard. I was like, damn, okay, Chief.
And series of games.
So wait, are you saying you make content decisions based on the whim of your chat?
I did a little bit, yeah. For a while, I did. Yeah, not a great look, is it? When I'm trying to make an ideological argument.
No, the chat doesn't know what they want to see. That's all. I'm not talking about ideological.
I realize that. I realized that, and that's why I've transitioned to doing other stuff, and I do other games now.
You've transitioned.
Careful. I saw that joke coming a million miles away.
I realized it as I said it, and I knew you were going to bring it up.
I'm glad. You're coming around to my shitty levels of comedy, and this is perfect. I'll ruin you forever based on this.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm just going to...
Tomorrow you'll be like, women belong in submarine kitchens. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
It's just like, he was part of that community, and that's sort of how it was. So Velicify was a person in the Pokemon community, or is a person in the Pokemon community whose whole thing, his whole thing was just like making drama with other people in the Pokemon community. Like every video on his channel was like attacking somebody or like accusing somebody of being a cheater in Pokemon. I'm saying it's like it's the worst thing ever if you hack Pokemon into your game instead of legitimately catching them, because how dare you, it's cheating. It was a whole thing. He went off like a 12-year-old won nationals, and the 12-year-old was celebrating winning nationals, and Verlis made a whole video about how he was a cheat, he didn't deserve it, and a shitty person.
Actually, Base.
What was he?
12-year-old got... I mean, did he gen his Pokemon? Probably. I don't. Everybody.
Oh,
I mean,
it's the
literally everybody.
Felicity or wait, is it Felicity or Felicify?
Felicify. Okay, so
okay,
the thing about-
Felicity sounds like a porn chick.
Yeah,
Felicify sounds like a base Pokemon streamer.
So this is a completely ridiculous like aside, but basically in Pokemon, there's two sides of
my
Pokemon.
whole
There's like the
show is
kids.
completely
There's the
ridiculous.
kids playing Pokemon just to have fun and catch them all, and then there's
Mm-hmm.
the people who do competitive Pokemon battling, which I know that to somebody who's not into Pokemon doesn't sound like a thing.
No,
It's
I
actually, like,
know.
Yeah, it's
know.
a proper esport, like super competitive, like a lot of strategy goes in.
Yeah.
For competitive battling, most people will cheat in their teams because the amount of hours that goes in
How
for,
the fuck-
finding and catching and
Wait, who the fuck cares if you cheat in your team? As opposed to what? Like autistically grinding away on your emulator for hours to like catch all the right Pokemon and breed all the right IVs and like, does that matter? Like, that's just a matter of grinding. That's not a matter of like skill or anything, right? Why would you fucking care? If it's about the battling, who cares if you fucking cheat in the Pokemon or not? It's a crime in Japan.
breeding perfect Pokemon.
Like
is
all the
just
gay
obscene.
guys who do the Tour de France, right? Like they're
Well,
all cheating.
It's not so much that because the cheating to get the Pokemon doesn't give you
What
a
is the joke
competitive advantage in the battle itself.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Just
okay,
who
okay,
cares?
gotcha.
It's just because everybody has perfect Pokemon by the time it gets to a battle.
Sure.
But Felicify, this kid had perfect Pokemon when he went to the battle, but so did everybody else in the tournament. But Felicify, like he's a cheat, he genned them in and had the kid so harassed that the kid quit Pokemon. Never played again.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
that's
this was
that's not
proper
good.
harassment, like people showing up at the kid's house and shit, like a 12-year-old kid.
But
So
he
I'm
cheated
like,
though. Did he break the rules of the
Yeah.
tournament?
No, not in the tournament. And I mean, at the end of the day, the Pokemon Company gave him the prize and gave him the money and all of that because he won. But
Okay.
like, yeah,
So
it's
he
just
must not
that's-
have said like free Hong Kong after winning or whatever. That'd be very dangerous.
Yeah, that would be. But
I
Pokemon
kid.
don't like it. I commentated like an entire season of regionals for Pokemon Company.
Really?
Yeah, and they didn't like me doing anything. If I swore on
Yeah.
Twitter, I'd get an email.
Do they like trans people? Do they support the trans community?
Yeah, they had there was
That's
a trans girl who was a commentator with me actually when I was doing my
awesome.
regional one. Yeah.
Do you know that I have have had plenty of trans people on the show who are very, very friendly?
That's awesome. I mean, look, I've acknowledged that you are okay with.
How
adult
many
people in
trophies
transition.
do I get? Like, how many trans people do I need to get a trophy that immunizes me from
Yeah.
saying, like, I don't want people to give drugs to children without their family's consent or their parents' consent?
I think that I'm going to fundamentally disagree with you on the idea that parental consent is important when it comes to kids being treated medically. I just
But
think
you
that
said
for
that
any
parental
medical treatment.
consent was critical because that's doctor involvement, and without parental consent
Well,
in the
no,
current
because
environment,
you could have in the current environment, but that's exactly it, right? Like in the current environment, we've got a bad choice or a way worse choice.
But do you think we'll get to the environment where parents have no say? And for example, we'll go with the youngest age Keffels has talked about personally, a 12-year-old. Like, do you think we'll get to the point where we go, you know what? A 12-year-old can go outside their parents' consent and get this this hormone therapy or what? I'll concede that it's puberty. I don't remember the exact quote. I don't fucking care personally, but I'll concede that it's just puberty blockers. Do you think we'll get
Okay.
to the point where law says that a 12-year-old can say, I need puberty blockers because I know all about my body at age 12 and I want to go without my parents' consent and get this? Like, do you think we'll get there?
I don't think we'll get there anytime soon. Next couple of decades, I don't think that's going to
Why
happen.
not?
Because I think that there again is an ideological culture war, and I think that bleeds into politics, and we can see that with politicians passing bills that prevent adults
He said passing
from
by the
getting
way.
their hormones.
He did say
for
passing.
example.
Politicians are often the stupidest people in the room.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
I believe that the number one thing that should disqualify you from being a politician is wanting to be a politician. I think if you
I
want
agree
to be a
100%.
politician, you shouldn't be allowed to be. So
Yeah, I
like,
think we
that's
should
just-
Hunger Games politicians where we pick people who don't want to be politicians, make them kill
Oh,
everybody else and become...
I actually think I actually think similar to that, but not quite the Hunger Games aspect. I think you should be able. I think being a politician.
Do you think companies This is so fucked up. Turn off the stream for like 2 seconds, okay? This is really fucked up. But what if companies tried to sponsor like protesters or rioters or doxers to have like their brand or something in like a viral video? Like imagine like somebody like swatted Keffels and like the news reporters like, oh yeah, like it was a crazy email. Somebody sent emails to politicians and they said, hello, my name is surfshark.deal/destiny and on behalf of all trans people, I'm gonna kill you. What if companies like covertly sponsored people to like do these types of things? Or what if there was like a viral video of like a guy goes like on a high-speed chase, but he's got like the Domino's thing. Like if you do a high-speed chase in like a Pizza Hut or like a Domino's car, we're gonna pay your bail. Like we won't like give you a lawyer, but we'll just like pay the bail or whatever. So that when there's like international news or whatever going up, it's got holy shit, like Pizza Hut doesn't fuck around. Like that dude's moving. Like
should be like jury duty. Like
yeah,
if you get voted in, if you get voted in, you get paid well and all of that. But it's
well, you don't get paid well on jury duty, but I get your, I follow you.
It's like your civic duty to be a politician if you're voted in. If people are like, no, I like this guy, he's got good ideas, blah, 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 they vote you in, then you're voted in, and that's it. And that you shouldn't be allowed to be like, no, I want to be a politician. I'm going to have a whole campaign and run for it and all of that. I think it should start.
So you think everything should be a complete write-in? But you realize the problem with this, like today, right? Like that Jake Paul and Luke Paul would be God and president, respectively.
And you know, fucking KSI would be prime minister, and everyone would have to open at least 20 FIFA packs a day. Like, I get that it would just be a giant popularity contest, and so it wouldn't work. But this is what I'm saying: is like this is. We're talking about like ideals, right? Like just like my ideal society, we abolish the idea of gender entirely and just go on, like everybody goes by neutral terms and people can just dress how they want, be how they want, do what they want. And I think it would
are you saying that gender itself has a whole lot to do with social mores around how people dress and act?
I think that gender itself is an incredibly complex social structure that's been built up over thousands of years.
Right.
And as a result is to do with how you dress and act, but it's also how you're viewed by society. Like being viewed as a woman and being viewed as a man are different, and that's a perception thing about how you're allowed to carry yourself, about the expectations of you from people. Like I think gender is so complex and permeates basically every aspect of our life. I think that allowing trans people to just live as the opposite gender is the best case we have right now. But do I believe that in a gender abolitionist society that people would be happier and there'd be less harassment? Absolutely. But I just don't think we're going to get there. So
you think in an ideal society, people would not transition and there'd just be no social construct around?
No, I think people in an ideal society, if people are like, no, that's the puberty I want to go through, they just go through that puberty. Like, right? Like they just...
Wait, so you think, and forgive me, you think that like 11 and 12-year-olds are equipped to say, I want to go through male or female puberty?
Well, if they take puberty blockers first and then they get to 18 and then they're like, oh yeah, I want to do that. Like, yeah.
Okay, so tell me this, because I'm a dummy. So a 12-year-old takes puberty blockers for 6 years and then says, they were male, biologically male, all of the four, like they're males, but like they're questioning and they go, you know what? I want to delay this puberty thing until I'm 18. They wait until 18 years old. They stop puberty blockers, and then suddenly they grow a bunch of ball hair and they get deep voices and their penis grows.
Literally, they just go through a puberty, but they're slightly older. The only thing that can happen is if you delay it long enough, they might end up being slightly shorter than average.
Raid Shadow Legends.
It's like, oh shit.
Yeah,
you should have led with that.
Syndrome. Yeah, like damn. But here's the thing: if you're not trans, then you will be taller on average compared to other men. So. You will appear taller in comparison. Well,
but if you're shorter, how will you be taller?
If some men end up being shorter because they delay their puberty, you who didn't delay your puberty, you'd be taller on in comparison. So you get to, be taller than average.
What a weird stat analysis.
So you're telling me that delaying puberty by 6 years has literally zero negative side effects, physiologically and biologically?
Physiologically, I mean, there is the social aspect, but physiologically and biologically, yeah, you can delay puberty for a very long time.
I don't believe that for a fucking second.
Well, it's what the research shows, and it's what years of like real life applications of hormone blockers show.
That's great. What if I disagree with those? What do you do about that?
Oh, I say that I'm a scientist. I follow the science. I follow the research.
Cool. What if I say I'm not a scientist and that's fucking bullshit and bollocks? Well, I'll use a UK term to make you familiar.
Okay, look, that's what flat earthers do. They say that the Earth is flat and they don't care about the science, and that's fine.
So
You can be a flat earther.
You can be a flat earther. Okay, so I can be a transgender truther or whatever.
You can, but you're wrong. Just like flat earthers are wrong.
Who cares if I'm wrong?
Well, I guess nobody. I
think some people really fucking care though, right? Like you, for example, because you wanted me removed from YouTube for my.
Well, I wanted you removed from YouTube for spreading slurs and giving your platform
slurs.
To,
what
to an
slur did I say?
outspoken
Did I say
racist-
slurs?
I believe that you said the one that rhymes with spoon a few times. Yeah,
But I had already admitted that I didn't realize that was a derogatory term that
Too
was
late.
told to me. That
Okay,
You
but
get the
also
ban
that
hammer.
You were incorrect about its usage because you thought it applied to all trans people. It's actually a subset of people. Like it's a subset of ugly trans people, for example.
I mean,
I'm fully supportive of hot trans people. Like hot trans people are great. But I think the ugly and fat trans people should not be encouraged. I think that's weird.
So how do you feel about just ugly people in general?
Oh,
or is it
God.
only ugly trans
They
people?
go on the fucking wall next to the pedos.
Okay. So
you asked. I don't know. You want to
Okay.
ask me about fat people?
It's
like I think a Krispy Kreme should be put on a stick in front of a fat person who's on a treadmill, and they should walk until they either die or lose weight. Because fat people are a bane on society, like they're a drain on social resources.
I mean, there's a strong look. I almost got cancelled for being fat phobic. Okay, the Lizzo
wait,
thing
no,
is
okay,
actually
go ahead.
different. I almost got cancelled a few years ago for being fat phobic when I was
Are
like,
you
look,
fat
no,
phobic?
people,
Do you fear fat people?
Well, fat phobic phobia isn't just being like, oh my god, they scare me. It's more that like you're against it. Like
Why is
illogically,
being
right?
Wait, so like I hate McDonald's French fries, for example. I'm French fry phobic from McDonald's.
Okay.
No, but we've changed the
I don't wanna
definition
go-
of phobia,
I don't-
haven't
okay,
we?
sure,
Like, yes,
sure,
this was a
like-
trap, but phobia is literally an
okay.
irrational fear of X.
Look, I almost got cancelled for being fat phobic for saying, look,
But
people
you
need to
weren't
work out. The
afraid of
NHS,
fat people.
the NHS, for example, I think the NHS is a fantastic thing. I mean, I've
you
availed
do?
myself of it many times. Oh yeah, the NHS is
Okay,
awesome.
cool. Great.
It's been completely destroyed by the Tories, but it was great.
Yeah,
When it
it's
was
all the
funded properly and run
conservatives'
properly.
fault or whatever. I got it.
Well, they got in and they started sabotaging the NHS. I mean, I have family who work in the NHS. I know how it all works. I've seen
They
it.
should be
I mean,
unemployed.
quite high
This is
up in
another
the-
thing. This is another example that I hate when people do this. So he's done this again where he'll pull credentials, but he doesn't do anything else. So he says like, I've got family that works in the NHS. Oh, cool. So you should be able to tell us something really interesting about it. Oh, you didn't say anything. You just said you have family in the NHS. Why not say like, oh, like, well, one of the problems with the NHS is that when the Tories defunded like XYZ preventative care, it led to all of these outcomes. Like, I know this because I have family that works. That would be cool. Pair that with a fact. Don't just say you have family that work in the NHS. Like, tell us something.
I mean, sure.
How
And look,
high up?
The NHS, I think how high up directors of hospitals. But
Okay,
Then you should
yeah.
have some really
All
interesting
right.
facts for us.
Keep going. Sorry, I'm
So-
drinking. I'm laughing because I'm drunk. It's fine.
it's okay. So I think the NHS is great, or it was great, but now it is massively bloated by people who are smokers, by people who are overweight, by the ongoing care of people who have not taken care of themselves.
Right.
Right.
People
And
who
I
have
do think-
really expensive medical issues that they demand society to pay for, that's a big problem, right?
Careful. Uh-oh.
I don't
Duncan
think it's a
seeing if
big
he's walking
problem
in any traps here.
for society to give free healthcare. I think healthcare is a right, and I think that it's actually a right that's not that expensive on the taxpayer when you break it down correctly.
I get it, but like you're saying, smokers and fat people are a disproportionate weight on society's
they are,
obligation.
and it's by a choice that they made. And so I made the
Oh, okay.
argument
Like a
that we would be
choice.
much better off investing in giving people trainers, giving people places where they can go to work out, instead of just being like, okay, get fat until you're in a bed and then you're on, dialysis or whatever for the rest of your life. Like, it just doesn't add up to me.
That's actually true, actually. I bet a person that dies of fucking lung cancer at 60 probably costs less than a healthy person that lives to 95. 95-year-olds taking a lot out of Social Security, social insurances, welfare, healthcare, end-of-life costs. I bet the person that dies at 60 is actually probably cheaper in the long run. I'd be curious to see the numbers on that. I wouldn't bet on it. I would be curious to see the numbers. That's what I'd say. Be super curious.
To be like, oh, let's celebrate fatness. Okay, when the whole celebrate fatness movement is going, I'm like, look, I think it's absolutely fine to be an individual, right? I'm not going to roast an individual for being fat. I'm not going to go,
Me either.
Hey, Lizzo, roast. I'm not going to say.
Well, Lizzo, I will, because Lizzo is a
that
particular pox on society, because Lizzo tries to get other women to be fat. And I'm like, bitch, will you please step aside and give us bros a chance here, because we like skinny women. And I don't want you to encourage chicks to like eat 70,000 calories. Like Lizzo is not true, but I agree with you. The average,
what I mean is, I don't have an issue with a fat woman or a fat man being like, I'm sexy and I love my body and blah, 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 right?
Right, yeah.
What I do have an issue is with when the movement started saying being fat isn't unhealthy. Because the answer is, that's not true. It is unhealthy. Right. It is, again, I follow the science. So I got in a lot of trouble for the way I put it on Twitter, where I'm like, no, I'm fed up of fat people being like, hey, don't tell me that being fat's unhealthy. It's like, no, it is unhealthy. Like, if you want to be fat at the end of the day, it's your health.
Does that include mental health? Like, fat people are generally, like, I think they have higher rates of depression and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it includes mental health.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's bad for your mental health to be fat. Yeah, I think.
So if 42% of fat people
ended
up committing suicide, would we want to go ahead and like add fitness coaches for them?
Does that number go up when those people are allowed to transition? Like, because you're talking about trans people, right?
No, I'm talking about fat people.
Okay, but the 42% number is from trans people, right? Yes.
No, it's from hypothetically throwing out a fat people number.
Okay. Yes,
look, and it's fat people, so it's probably more like 84% because they ate
fine,
the remaining stat.
I think, my argument works perfectly. I think that we should assist those fat people in transitioning in order to lower their suicidality. I 100% think
that's actually nice. Duncan hit the correct argument. That is true. That if 41% of fat people are killing themselves, then we should probably do something to change their body so they're not fat anymore, which could theoretically be an argument for transitioning.
The medical treatment of assisting those fat people to transition in order to lower that 42%, because it has been shown that less fat people who have transitioned from being fat to not being fat do not have as high of a suicidality rate. Yes, 100%.
Fantastic. I love it. Look, I'm all for stopping the fatties from jumping off of whatever building they find. One, because like I feel bad for the people who have to repair the streets.
I mean, you're fishing for a laugh.
No, I'm not.
It's not funny.
I'm
sure
fishing.
you'll get there eventually with converting me to your comedy. No,
I don't need to convert you to my comedy.
I like.
You already said that you don't even want me to put your channel in the description, and you want me removed from YouTube. Why on earth would I care about what you think about my comedy?
That's fair. That's fair.
It's very fair.
No,
I just find it embarrassing that you are a guy who wanted to cancel me, but when you couldn't, when you were so inept at canceling me, you decided instead I'll try and utilize this dumb fucking ruse.
Can I be completely honest?
Yeah, go ahead.
I DM'd you because I saw your tweets of other people DMing you shit, and I was hoping that you would ghost me so that I could tweet out, "Oh wow, he doesn't post this DM."
Why
I'm
would
gonna be
I
honest.
ghost
That was the
you?
intent. I don't know. I just
like
thought
look.
That would be.
You're on social media.
made a bad.
But see, that was a dick move, and you know you're a fucking cunt for that because you know, like you are on.
Dude,
no,
stop 1 second. Let me just pause you for a second. I'm a dick.
You're a cunt
I'm a dick.
for that.
I'm a bit of a prick. No, I'm an asshole. No, absolutely, I'm an asshole.
No, just say you're a cunt.
I've never said I'm not.
You're in the UK. You can say.
He won't even say cunt. This guy is.
That's true. That's true. But I have a slightly American accent because I'm married an American, so I don't get away with it like other UK people. I've been in trouble.
Is she trans?
For it.
Bigot.
No, she's not trans.
I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking. God damn it. I'm just joking.
I hate to say this. I hate to say this. I have never been with a trans girl.
Why not?
I don't know. I've just.
Your wife would probably be okay with it, right?
I mean, she's bi. She'd definitely be okay with it if I had been. I mean,
so your wife would be okay with you having
sex
right
now? Yeah, he messaged back. He said he had a show booked in like 5 minutes, so I think he's busy with stuff.
The trans girl.
Well, not
Why
now.
would you fuck Keffels
We're
then?
monogamous.
Oh my
because
God.
we're monogamous. I'm monogamous
okay.
with my wife.
Gotcha. I thought that
I meant
you
if
degenerates
I meant
just
if
didn't
in my
have any
past,
moral principles at all.
No, like, dude, I'm
That's
not
another
interested.
joke. It's
Like,
another
problem,
joke. I'm just kidding.
No, I mean, the problem with not being monogamous would mean I'd have to date again, and I'm just not interested in that shit.
Bro, I'm with you 100%. Like, my wife was, because when I started to be online and like people started subscribing and I go to like conventions.
Hold on, I'll be back 1 second. Jesus. Have your donos catch up. Oh, there are no donos. I just get no money today. Thanks, guys. Well, I'm gonna go fucking starve. I'll be back. Hold on 1 second.
L.
Ray, 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 oh.
Duckers EL. I like that. Keep it going, cause it includes an L. L, 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 yeah, L, 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 yeah, L, 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 L.
L.
Here's $5 as some of my mercy, poor boy. L, 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 L,
Chat. Oh no! Oh no! Chat. I went to the zoo yesterday where I saw a dinosaur, and he touched me in weird places. Do not trust them. Don't trust dinosaurs. They are all pedophiles. Now I will have to yump. Yump the trauma away. Yump, yump, yump.
Okay.
And speaking engagements and stuff, and she's like, and I'd go and I'd be like, will you please come with me? And she's like, why? I'm like, well, because I don't want to be around random people.
Yeah.
And sometimes she can't. And then she's like, well, what about these other women? I'm like, literally, you take all of my money and all of my fucking effort in life. Why? I don't have a reservoir for some side chick. Like, no, so I'm with you 100%. T-girls, fuck them. Like, I would never have sex with a trans girl because I'm married to my wife.
I mean, that's I would never have sex with anybody else because I'm married to my wife.
Would you have sex with a trans girl if you weren't married?
If I liked a trans girl, yeah.
I didn't say if you liked them. Like,
if I met a trans girl, like, I'll put it like this. I never asked a girl when I was dating, and I mean,
he's gonna say, I never asked if she had a vagina.
I didn't make my own YouTube channel.
Oh, no.
It was made by a guy called Chillin.
He's gonna say it.
My channel name was not Duncan Can't Die when I started, right? Because I had a reputation.
Yeah, you had a different
different
name. Yeah.
They christened me Duncan Knee Deep because I'd go to events and I'd pick up a different girl like every couple of days and all of that shit. I never once asked a girl, "Are you trans?" before sleeping with them. Never once.
So how do you know you didn't have sex with a T-girl?
That's true. I don't. Well, I just don't. Yeah, it's true.
In my headcanon, you had sex with only T-girls because I think that you deserve that.
Sure.
I want you to build. I want you to have all of the social credit you need.
What about the ones who've now got kids?
Were they your kids?
Well, no. I hope. Fuck. I hope not.
Then how do you know they weren't adopted anyway? Those little bastards. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, so God damn it. Well, you sidetracked me. You masterfully sidetracked me.
It doesn't bother me because, like,
of course it doesn't bother you.
If you're attracted to somebody, right? And you sleep with them, why do you give a shit? Like, you're attracted to them, you had sex, and now that's done now. Like, I
Would
just
you
don't.
fuck Keffels? Like, you're not married. Would you fuck Keffels? Are you attracted to Keffels?
She's not really my type, no.
Why not?
I just don't know. I look at somebody and I'm like, am I attracted to them or not? I don't think I would fuck Keffels.
Name 2 T-girls you're attracted to.
It's a little weird argument, but.
God,
Would you have sex with Blair White?
I don't know. With Blair White, she's kind of hot though, isn't she? Like, let's be honest.
Look, I'm not going to say yes or no. I'm just curious what you would do.
I think no because of her ideology, but if I just saw someone who looked like her, yeah. What's the name?
Wait a minute. Okay, so you run into Blair White at a rave.
Yeah.
And you're like, you got the whistle and you got the glow sticks and you're like, and Blair White comes up and starts booty jiggling on you. You're not going to fuck Blair White? Because you're like, oh, well, you're
if I knew who she was, I would not. No. Really? If I knew who she was and I'd seen her contact before, I would not. Because, like, gross. But, like, if it was just her, yeah, sure, why not? Like,
What's gross about Blair White's ideology?
I how long do we have? I mean, it's
we have
7
as long as you have, buddy. It's 5 a.m. for you, or it's like 7. It's almost 7 a.m. for you. We have as long as you want. Like,
I
okay,
think
this is.
She is the most like.
Let me pause you for
like,
just 1 second.
Self-hating. I just can't. I can't deal with people. She's a grifter, and I can't deal with people who hate themselves.
Can I pause you for just 1 second?
Yeah.
This is the absolute, like, to the extent of YouTube TOS, this is the absolute most free show on the planet. So I will sit here as long as you want to talk. You want to talk about Blair White and like lay out the truth about this grifter. Because look, you know that I'm currently the #1 grifter in the world.
Are you?
Yeah. No, here, I'll show you. Because like, this is a weird thing. I'm very humble about it, obviously. But here we go. This is the grifties.com, the 2023, the second annual Grifties Award.
What the
Number
fuck are
1,
these?
I'm beating Sticks Hexenhammer's cat. I'm beating the Quartering Tim Pool. I'm beating Dr. Anthony Fauci. I'm beating Zelensky, beating Trudeau, Viva Fry, Alex Stein, Jack Murphy. Like, this is me. I'm the #1. So when you mention grifting, like, I have to point that out. By the way, chat, grifties.com. Go vote for your favorite grifter. I don't want to, like, influence people's decisions or anything. But I'm when you say Blair White's a grifter, she's not even on the fucking radar for me. This bitch is so far down the fucking spectrum that I'm like, piss and then flush the toilet, and 8 days later it lands on Blair White for grifting.
Look, like, there's some things that's like, for me, right, is really difficult because it's like people are like, oh, I would never be attracted to a trans girl, right? But I'm like, you look at Kerry Colby. She was on RuPaul's Drag Race, right?
Yeah, never.
And you don't think that person is attractive? Like, if you didn't know they were trans? Like,
hold on, what's her name?
Kerry Colby. KERRICOLBY. Like,
Kerry Colby. Okay, I'm gonna pull this up for the chat. Holy fuck! What are you talking about? This person's attractive. Weird. Look, this is a picture from TV Fanatic. And I'm going to pull up another
picture you're looking at.
No, I'll show you in just a second. I've got a couple different pictures. So this one's from Pop Sugar. So wait, you're saying that this person is objectively attractive, right?
I think she's got too much filler on her lips these days.
Holy shit.
Yes.
So
Duncan, my friend, you got to come to Miami, dude. You'd love the women down here. This person looks like a fucking alien, no offense.
To you, you're like, this is a T-girl I would bang the shit out of.
I don't know about banging the shit out of because I don't think about that anymore, but I think that she's hot. Yeah.
You got to think about that. What happens if
that's
if
a Miami
10
right there.
Oh, dude, that's it. I'm done. I'm good, thanks.
Look at that. No, literal.
I am an absolute simp for my wife. I am an absolute simp.
That was a trap question. Give me a fist bump, please.
Okay.
100%. No, I'm 100% the same way.
I've made it very clear. I've made it very clear. Everybody knows that, like, if she left me, it'd be over. I'd be like, okay, no, that's it.
No,
this guy's such
TOS.
This guy's such a simp. It's just your wife, bro. You can get another one. Damn.
I'd be done. I'm just not interested.
My respect for you just increased dramatically. I'm the same way with my wife. Like, unironically, no jokes here, and I don't know what to do. So this is like, I'm not seeing it, man. Like, I see like
her body is in, like, look at her like catwalks and shit. Her body is insane. Like, she.
Okay, let me find her on the catwalk. I want to find her. Like, let's get a full body.
She's had a lot of like facial work done, and I think
she's had a lot of work done in general.
Yeah. Oh, obviously. But.
Oh, it's a joke. No, thank you for navigating it appropriately for your Twitch channel.
Yeah, like.
I'm trying to find. Okay, so here's a catwalk picture. I think.
I'm just trying to find one that's like not.
Is this one?
She's in the actual dress that J-Lo wore there, which was impressive when she managed to
wear it better. J-Lo wear it better.
It was cut for J-Lo. She's too tall for it, so it doesn't look quite as good on her because she had to have extra material.
If Kerry Colby and J-Lo were next to each other in the same exact dress in some like,
I'm sorry, J-Lo is like my childhood crush. Like, and
that's the thing.
unfortunately, Shakira, who ended up being awful,
Like,
apparently, I don't know.
Shakira and Hips
got
Don't
cancelled
Lie
or
can
something.
get it.
Yeah,
all
like
day long.
that for me was a bit of a Shakira's Hips Don't Lie. That was a thing for me when I was younger. So I
But
don't
like, okay, so you look at this face and you're like, yeah, I could actually hit it from the front, and I'm like super happy.
I don't know, dude. Like,
I'm just trying to find out.
I think she's attractive. I
Can we
think
watch
she's
something
an
else?
attractive
No, I kind of like
person.
the
You can
uncomfortability.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Like, this is attractiveness is completely subjective.
Yeah.
So, okay.
I'm all about legs and ass. So if someone's got good legs and ass, I'm gonna be like, yeah, they're hot. Like that's for me. It's like,
So you would have sex with Alex Jones then?
doesn't have good legs or ass.
What are you
dude.
talking about?
I'm
That
sorry.
dude has the sexiest legs and ass I've ever seen on a man. This is jokes. These are jokes.
Yeah, no.
These are jokes.
I don't know. I've always been a legs guy. Kerry Colby's got legs that go all the way fucking up, and it's like, I'm like, yeah, that's hot. Like, it's just, that is attractive.
You know what my favorite line about legs is? It's from a movie with Richard Dreyfuss. It's called Let It Ride. Have you seen this movie? It's kind
Never
of
even heard of
obscure. Okay, so he goes to the horse track and he starts betting money. And what he does, he interviews a bunch of people and he finds out all the horses they would bet on. And then he bets against all of the stupid people that he meets. And then he just keeps doing that, and he increases his bet every time based on what he won for the next race. And he comes home. This is like the 80s, and he comes home with like $500,000. But there's this one scene where there's like the guy who owns the horse track, and he brings out his trophy girlfriend, and she is a fucking stunner, right? Like, she's drop dead gorgeous. And Richard Dreyfuss drops something under the table, and he goes down, he picks it up, and he looks at her legs.
And
when he comes up and he says, "You have really nice legs," and she says, "Yeah, they go all the way to the floor." It's the best fucking leg line I've ever heard in my life.
It's a good line. Yeah,
It is.
No, it's a good line.
It is.
I don't know. I just, and again, I've never slept with a trans girl as far as I'm aware. Maybe I have.
I feel that's
as you
very
say,
bigoted
maybe
of
full
you.
credit. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe I just. I mean, look, I'm a '90s kid. I'm 32 this year.
What do you mean by you're a '90s kid?
It just what trans people weren't as common when I was growing up because it was still, taboo and suppressed, and people didn't transition even if they wanted to, kind of thing. As
Sure.
we've discussed, like there's been a societal shift.
Yeah, no. I'm with you. I just meant I was curious what you meant.
So like not many of my peers were trans. Like not many of the
Right.
people that I grew up with, like, I was sexually active from like 15 to like.
Are they like
meeting
done
my
like arguing with
wife,
each other?
but
Is
obviously
that-
still sexually active, but you know what I mean. Like,
Yeah, no.
with
I know.
random-
How does this go on
But,
for
okay,
another
so
hour?
you're
like-
meeting your wife. Name 3 of your bros that you would have sex with if they were women.
Oh, easy,
kidding, I'm
easy. Okay,
Okay, yeah, no, do it.
Robbie, Angus. Fuck, who would be third? It's not that I'm struggling to find a third. I'm like, who would? Oh, Hunter, sex of propulsion. He's cute as fuck.
Robbie, Angus, and Hunter. So, do they watch your show ever?
Yeah, Hunter's in chat right now.
Hunter, this man would fuck the shit out of you if you were trans. Get there, brother.
Oh,
What are you
he'd be
doing?
cute as hell. Sorry, she'd be cute as hell.
That's right. You don't want to be bigoted. Okay, let's. We've tangented
Look,
really far.
I'm not prudish at all, right? Like
No, good.
I've experimented. I've gone fucking. I've had a lot of sex. I've done all kinds of shit. So like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm just not. It doesn't bother me to discuss this kind of stuff. Game Boy Luke. No, I think if Game Boy Luke was a girl, he'd be like a scene girl, and scene girls don't do it for me.
How many women on estimate did you have sex with before you got married?
Oh God.
Oh God.
He's gonna say
No,
200.
no.
Say it. Do it.
We don't talk about that.
Okay, if that's off limits, that's perfectly
No,
okay.
it's just a huge point of contention because I believe it only counts if it was good.
Because you don't understand if they were women
this-
or not. I think that's the real issue.
This was an argument with my wife. Okay, so my figure that I counted was always like in the 70s.
Oh,
Right.
okay. You didn't like. Okay, nice
But
job.
my wife sees it differently.
Okay.
She believes that like oral counts. She believes that like
Yeah.
sex that wasn't particularly fun counts, or like sex
Oh.
that didn't really.
And then he's
like,
gonna say now it's
you
like
know.
300.
Wait,
Okay, hold
so
on, hold
you,
on.
Started,
You
but you
say,
guys don't want-
like when you go, here's a list of women I've had sex with.
Basically, it's like,
and then
if
you're
I-
like,
if I-
I
if
didn't
I-
like it
If
though,
I
so
finished,
that doesn't
if I
count.
finished, yeah, exactly. That was my argument.
Have you ever faked an orgasm with a woman?
Yes.
Yes, attaboy. Go get it. I'm proud of you.
Just
Very
to have
proud.
it done.
Yes, 'cause, like,
there was
if
one
you're
time
not-
in Vegas, there was one time in
Yeah.
Vegas. This girl was amazing, like the most bubbly, upbeat, like awesome. Fucking everything was great. Went back, and as soon as sex started, she went silent and completely still.
Oh my God, she starfished on you.
Oh no.
Yeah, and I
She's
was
like,
like,
just-
"Hey, like, is this okay? Is like this isn't doing it for you?" And she's like, "No, it's great. Keep going."
Yeah.
And I was like, "No, that freaked me out. That freaked me out."
You know
I
what
was
you
only,
do
like,
then is you
I
go
was only like
harder.
20, 21, 22.
Oh
and
God,
it
yeah. You
freaked me the
can't.
fuck
You
out.
can't encounter a starfish at 21. You got to encounter a starfish at like 33.
And then my first threesome, I was like, "No, this is shit. There's too many limbs. There's."
Was your first threesome? Your first threesome was 2 women.
Okay, yes, but I was.
Did you
I
have a
was
second threesome with 2
16
men?
I was 16, and it was
Oh,
the second
shit.
and third girl I'd ever slept with.
At
And it was at the same time.
Wha- Damn, you were climbing the ladder very quickly. Proud.
England, we have a bunch
That's
of.
that's true.
That's
You're
true,
like,
yeah.
oh my God, the Tories might nuke us
Yeah.
to death at any particular
Yeah,
time.
we better just go out and bone, yeah.
Okay, but you said the first threesome you have. Have you ever had the male female threesome?
No,
No.
but I've only had 2 threesomes, and I didn't enjoy either, so I've never looked for a threesome again.
Why
I
didn't
just
you
wasn't-
enjoy either? Out of curiosity.
The first one, I just didn't know what I was fucking doing, dude.
Right,
I
you were
just, I had
16,
no
that doesn't
fucking idea.
count.
I was
That's a
16, I had sex with
mulligan.
one other person, and then
Yeah.
all of a sudden I was at a party and there were 2 girls that I barely knew, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? Again, I trained all the time, so I was in great shape back in the, like, trust me,
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
actually
no.
attractive. I'm not now, but I was.
I
used
think
to
you're
be
a
hot.
handsome dude. Don't sell yourself short. What are you doing? This
so,
is
like,
public. You don't want to say like I'm not attractive. Like you're fine.
who cares?
man.
I'm
Don't
married.
worry.
I could be a pig now, and I'd be fine as long as I.
Yeah, I know,
like,
but your
don't care.
wife might watch this and she might go, "Oh, well, that other guy thinks he's attractive,
Oh,
and my husband doesn't."
she's already having a go. She wants me to start working out again. She's like, "You need to get back in shape."
Yeah, you do. No, I believe in you.
No, I do.
Look,
I
long
do.
COVID. How many vaccines did you take?
None before I got it because the vaccine wasn't out yet.
So you got it, and then you took vaccines later, like
triple-
after you had
triple
had
vax.
it.
Triple
You
vax.
triple vaxxed. Why didn't you go? But I already had it though.
Because that's not how it works. Again, you know, geneticist. I look
But
at
there's
genetic
studies
variants.
that show that that literally is how it works. Like there's
But
there's
yeah, okay, but
actual
then
empirical
the-
evidence that says that if you had
Yeah,
COVID,
But what about the BA5 variant that ignores all immunity, basically? Just
okay, so what the
plow
fuck is the
straight through
point
it.
of the vaccine with the
the
BA5
vaccine works.
variant?
The vaccine works as long as you've had boosters. It's not a fun time, the BA5 variant. Like it's just not a fun time. But like,
What do you mean it's not a fun time?
okay,
What's it do to
so
you?
natural immunity is good, right?
Natural immunity is good, okay.
It works, but it drops off, and it drops off relatively fast. Vaccinated immunity, because they use a mix of proteins, and I mean, an mRNA vaccine is super complex, but basically your body builds
Right.
the viral proteins within your own body, but you're
Yeah,
building
because it changes your
selection.
RNA based on this injection,
It
right?
doesn't
Like,
change anything.
It doesn't
So-
change your RNA. Okay,
doesn't
so what
change
does
your
it
RNA.
do? Tell me
There's
about it. 'cause-
There's RNA in the vaccine that goes
Yeah.
into your cell, and then it uses your cell mechanics, the structures, so ribosomes and amino acids within the cell to
Isn't-
build viral proteins that your body
Okay,
then
like,
reacts to.
correct me
But
if
it
I'm
doesn't
wrong.
Change
like,
your DNA in any way. Never.
What this? Okay, sorry, because now he's stepping into an area that I have a lot of information on. Why would you assume that just because your body is manufacturing the RNA that you're gonna have a better immune response than to the virus itself? That doesn't logically follow. From what I've seen, It looks like studies are mixed. I don't know if this has changed recently, but between natural immunity and vaccine conferred immunity, I think the vaccine conferred immunity was a little bit better, but it still falls off. I mean, most immunity wanes after some time, depending on the type of virus, depending on how many mutations or whatever. But there's not an intrinsic reason to believe that a vaccine is going to be better necessarily than an infection, regardless of if it's an mRNA vaccine or not. That's not true.
Never enters the nucleus. Never
I'm
has
not a
any interaction with
geneticist.
your DNA.
I'm literally asking. Like,
Yeah,
this is not a
that's fine.
trap question, okay? Isn't that how AIDS works too?
No. So
No,
AIDS is a
okay.
retrovirus. So AIDS, all viruses hijack your own cells to
Yeah.
reproduce. So all
Motherfuckers.
viruses do.
Absolute
AIDS
cunts,
is really
viruses are.
interesting because and I can say this. My dad, as I was saying, he's a doctor, but he's also was the president of the HIV
He's
Association.
arguing against it change your RNA, not immunity. It sounded like early he was implying that natural immunity is bad because it falls off. That's what I heard him say. Maybe I misheard. But vaccinated, all immunity will wane over time. The biggest benefit to vaccinated immunity is you don't have to get fucking sick to get the immunity. That's your biggest benefit. Like, you can have natural immunity, you can have vaccine immunity. Well, if I get a vaccine, I don't have to actually have fucking COVID to get the fucking immunity. That's your hugest, your biggest.
Association. He's one of the most.
Does
world's
he have
best specialists in
HIV?
HIV. No.
Well,
He's
then
just,
how does he know anything about it? That's ridiculous.
He said it falls off relatively fast. I don't think natural immunity does fall off relatively fast. I thought it was like 6 to 12 months for vaccines over natural immunity or whatever, or not over. But I thought that it's all around, like, isn't it like the 8-month-ish time? I thought that's what I would have to go back and like read for timelines. But vaccines have studies supporting longer immunity due to triple doses over a long period. Well, yeah, if you're doing your series in a booster, of course you're gonna have longer immunity, but you aren't guaranteed natural immunity after getting sick. If you have a functioning immune system, you should have immunity after getting sick. I would imagine so. Same as getting a vaccine. You should have immunity after getting vaccinated.
So
I'm kidding. Go
AIDS,
ahead.
I wrote dissertations on AIDS because I could cheat, because I could just ask my dad to help. So when I was doing
Right.
medical molecular
So you
genetics,
cheated on your
every
dissertation. Perfect.
Oh, every opportunity. Well, it's not cheating to get an expert to help you. That's not cheating at university. They view that as a
You
source.
said cheating.
That's a
I didn't say
citation.
cheating.
For some guy in chat, natural immunity probably lasts for life. That's not true. The idea that natural immunity lasts for life, that's not necessarily true. There's a reason why we get boosters for different things.
It felt like cheating because I had.
And there's
such a
also
good
and then also certain viruses can mutate a lot. So like you can't have immunity to all the flus for life, or all the coronaviruses for life, or all of the whatever for life.
citation to have. But so the way that AIDS works is it has something in it called it uses reverse transcriptase. It literally goes into the nucleus and writes its.
Am I an asshole for him saying AIDS when he's talking about HIV? Is it? He's a geneticist. He should be talking about the HIV. That's the virus. AIDS is the acquired immunodeficiency syndrome after the virus has killed a certain number of your immune system. But whatever.
Code into your DNA so that then when your cell replicates, it also replicates that HIV code.
Right.
And so it can lie dormant in your cells for years and years and years, and then it can flare up, or you can have a huge explosion of viral particles. Your viral load can go through the roof. That's what makes it such an insidious virus. We're not doing that with RNA vaccines, right? We're not using reverse transcriptase to write the vaccine into your genetic code, mainly because it would be.
Dude, fuck. I need to just start reading.
Flare up, or you can have a huge explosion of viral particles. So that then when your cell replicates, it also replicates.
No. I don't know what time I was in. Does anybody remember what time I was at? Where are my doctors at? Jesus. I thought the usually viruses are really bad for your body. Oh! This is outside of what I've specifically read on. My understanding is that there are certain viruses that are really bad for your body. It's not because it's a retrovirus, or it's not because it writes to your DNA. Certain viruses are bad for your body because certain viruses will hide in areas called, I think are they called immunoprivileged areas? Is that a real term? There are certain areas that viruses can hide in your bodies. I think your eyes might be one of them, where your immune system doesn't actually have access to your immune system doesn't have access to these areas. There's lymphocytes that HIV hides into, and I don't know if those lymphocytes are able to be hunted down by the rest of your immune system. I thought what makes the oh yeah, HSV. Herpes is another one. HSV, I don't think your body can ever fully cure it because it lays in nerve, and there's like the nerve something synapses something. What did this guy say? Dormant and certain nerve ganglia. Yeah, and the only time you have HSV flare-ups is when the virus comes out, when it's activated somehow it comes out, and then there's like a flare-up. But it's not because it's a retrovirus or because it writes to DNA or because it does anything like that. But
retrovirus. So AIDS, all viruses.
The concept of immune privilege refers to the observation that tissue grafts placed in certain anatomical sites, including the brain and eye, can survive for extended periods of time. Immune privilege does reflect an evolution and adaptation to protect viral structures or vital structures from damage by inflammatory responses.
Hijack your own cells to reproduce.
I don't think all viruses can get into privileged areas, just certain ones. Yeah, certain viruses will get into privileged areas, and that's what makes them so hard to get rid of. Or they'll never, that's why your body can't clear them, because it can't go into, your immune system doesn't go into like the nerves or whatever to get rid of HSV, herpes.
All viruses do.
Absolute
AIDS is really interesting because and I can say this, my dad, as I was saying, he's a doctor, but he's also was the president of the HIV Association. He's one of the most
does he have HIV?
HIV. No.
Well, then how does he know anything about it? That's ridiculous.
So
I'm kidding.
AIDS,
Go ahead.
I wrote dissertations on AIDS because I could cheat, because I could just ask my dad to help. So when I was doing medical molecular
So you
genetics,
cheated on your dissertation. Perfect.
Oh, every opportunity. Well, it's not cheating to get an expert to help you. That's not cheating at university. They view that as a source.
You said cheating. I didn't say cheating.
Yeah. It felt like cheating because I had such a good citation to have. But so the way that AIDS works is
What does that mean? I can use my dad as a citation and it felt like cheating? I'm pretty sure if you were citing something, you'd have to cite published research. Maybe you could take a quote from your dad, but I don't know if a quote from a researcher, I don't know what a master's anything looks like because, by the way, I'm a fucking music school flunky. I don't know, whatever.
It has something in it called, it uses reverse transcriptase. It literally goes into the nucleus and writes its code into your DNA so that then when your cell replicates, it also replicates that HIV code.
Right.
And so it can lie dormant in your cells for years and years and years, and then it can flare up, or you can have a huge explosion of viral particles. Your viral load can go through the roof. That's what makes it such an insidious virus. We're not doing that with RNA vaccines, right? We're not using reverse transcriptase to write the vaccine into your genetic code, mainly because it would be pointless. Because you
what are we doing with them?
So what we're doing is we're just putting strings of RNA into your body. Your cell picks them up, and then your cell goes, "Oh, that's RNA. We're gonna transcribe that and create a protein." And then your cell will create the protein that is a copy of the proteins that are on the surface of the virus. And then your body will fight against that and learn how that protein looks, just like our immune system does with natural infection, and learn to fight against it, learn to recognize it and say, hey, we need a B cell reaction. We need, we need a massive immune reaction to this. So yeah, there was a lot of poor information. I actually criticized a lot of the media release around the vaccines and how they work.
The media was shit about
sorry, my
vaccines.
headphones just died. I can't hear you. I need to switch over.
Oh shit. God damn. I can't even talk to him until now. Or until he has enough. This man has 2 sets of iPods.
Okay, I think I can.
How many iPods do you own?
He's booming.
Like
hard.
on a scale of 1 to
AirPods.
50.
Okay, so I had cancer on my scalp.
You had cancer?
I used to use overhead earphones.
Yeah,
but I had
you
this
can't do
cancer
that.
on my scalp, and I had to have it cut out.
Holy shit. Dude, I know I had the same. I didn't have the same thing. That's a lie. I had a thing where like my hair was falling out because I was wearing over-ear headphones all the time. And I was like, oh my God, I've got this weird divot in my fucking head.
Oh yeah, lots of people have that. No, I've got a picture of the tumor on Instagram. It's fucking gnarly.
I hate to be annoying. I've drank a shitload of whiskey. Can you hang out for a second while I play a song? The song is going to be 2 minutes long. It's DRM free. You don't have to worry about Twitch copyright because it's my song that I own. It's called The Peeing Wasted Lawyer. It's when I drink too much and I have to piss.
Okay. All right, go piss. It's all
I'll
good,
be
dude.
I'll be back in 2 minutes and 8 seconds.
No worries.
Splatter can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't burn. Doesn't need freedom from soaking.
Okay.
Okay, welcome back. Sorry about that.
No problem.
So you sent me a picture of your
That's my
scalp
tumor.
cancer.
It's gross, dude. It's gross.
We'll share it. Trigger warning: if you have cancer or if you want to have sex with cancer, this could arouse you in one way or another.
Yeah.
Okay, does this actually get contentious anymore? Hold on. Medicare just went live.
If there's any more bad words, I'm gonna hang up on him. He doesn't own Kiwi Farm, and he's blasphemy. A little kid named Moon owns Kiwi Farm.
How do they make this more and more epic every time? We're like a friend ourselves.
I'm sorry, I'm a soy-filled bitch and like your videos.
Aim. If we get Donald Trump just to tweet out, I mean, you know, just a tweet that mentions the hashtag Gamergate, it doesn't even necessarily matter how we use it. Man, the blue check marks are going to shit their fucking pants.
It's 2019. I can't believe anybody believes in a spinning fucking ball of water.
True. Especially when Jim finds out, he's gonna just give me so much shit.
One never knows when the homosexual is about.
I've had over 1,000 rejections in real life, 2,000 rejections online, so that's 3,000 rejections total. I aim as low as possible. I aim for obese women, ideally ugly and obese. I would do anything just for a 300-pound ugly white girl.
I said it's not even hot outside.
You are not allowed to bring her to the hospital. No, you get no permission to fucking do it.
DSP, our boy.
Declaration. This declaration, right, of male dominance.
Put that in your pipe.
I definitely cheated on Super Mario with Sonic the Hedgehog.
Stop doing this stuff.
He's like the blue seductress who takes me out into the night and does wonderful things to me.
Enough! Stop!
How can a Yorkshire Terrier live in the wild? It's in plain sight, but you just don't see it. You know what I mean?
It's kind of interesting that I feel like Medicare disappeared for a while. Now he's like made a comeback, kind of.
The haters on YouTube are on the verge of flooding with hate comments. Must wake up. Must fight back.
It's because he has cancer? Does he actually, or is that a meme?
On the lips.
No alphabet, not even numerals. That's right. Just fail to be fucking pragmatic. Fucking what?
Jim, you're next. I'm not saying this is exactly the pattern of agreement, but this is exactly the pattern. It depends on the child, doesn't it?
Most well-known and credentialed scientists of this YouTube community.
Yeah. You moron.
All I wanted to do was just fucking stream and have a good time. Maybe have a good game. Got that.
Jim confirms he has cancer today. Wow.
That damn Kiwi Farms. Gas is
got that. What kind of fucking family is this? Got that. What the hell?
So basically, first of all, I have to say is that I don't know. First of all, How come, like, yeah, sorry, I'm with autism. I don't know how to use words that well.
My dad is not a fucking dork.
Would I talk to Medicare again? Yeah, and I think he said he would talk to me, but just if we have anything to talk about. Like, I don't know. I think before we could have just shut on Ralph, but I feel like I didn't want to just shut on Ralph. I feel bad for him.
I've got balls of steel.
Oh my god, no.
Blow it out your ass.
Well, a woo to you, chat. Oh, it's the end of the month already. Can you believe it? Time flies. The year's just going by so quickly. And what a fantastic month this has been. We've got a big event. A big event to talk about. The kerfuffle. Internet 2 Electric Boogaloo. Perhaps hashtag Gamergate 2. Dare we dream, chat? Is it time?
It's actually kind of looking like that. Jesus.
He's painting models with Ricada right now. Maybe we should all go inform him. Gamergate 2 is officially a go. It's time, Brianna Wu has said Gamergate 2, Sargon. It is fucking time. Lead us. Lead us into glorious battle. It's time to take back video games, Sargon. I hope you've had a fantastic month. Oh boy, what a story. What a story we have for today. A whole lot of things to cover, really. Had to push some things back, cut some other things out, because I want to talk about the kerfuffle. I want to talk about Keffels. And so we're going to be going over that in depth. The whole Kiwi Farms versus Keffels internet blood war, starring Joshua Moon as anime protagonist Naruto, because he finally fucking came out and just admitted it. I love anime. He said it. He fucking said it.
Cringe.
That man loves anime more than I do. And I'm glad he's finally come out of the closet. It's time. Lead by example, Josh. If you want Nick to step out and sashay around, you need to be honest with yourself. We know. You don't just love Naruto. You love Boruto, too. Right? That's the name of the sequel? I don't know. I don't watch that much anime, Josh. You're the expert now. Generous Josh. Anime lover. Oh, chat. Are you ready for the fun? Well, we've got some things to go through. Now I know, over the past, I'd say 4 or 5 months, this is really, we've been following the Ralph-a-Maniac quite a bit, as well as his friend Nick Fuentes. But I'm more interested in Keffels. I think with Ralph, it's going to be waiting for his WrestleMania at the VFW or the A&W. Are they serving root beer and fucking hamburgers?
I feel like my life has become like Infinity Wars over the past
it's like 8 months away. So I'll wait for the inevitable wrestling match that devolves into like a meth bust, and then we'll cover that in December. That'll be the New Year's gift. Ethan Ralph arrested at honky tonk brawl at local VFW. Locals ashamed and confused. A little bit of sad news, though, to start us off. I know this is Year of the Chud. We need to keep that high energy going. But can I get some 07s in the chat? Can I get a couple of 07s in the chat? There's been a fucking tragedy, and I think we need to mourn the loss of my primary hat store. Now, hat haters out there have collectivized, and they've come after my glorious fucking merchandise. Rip in peace. Rip in peace, Sweet Prince.
Have the Keffels crew been fighting with Medicare as well? yes, gotcha.
Tragic. Just fucking tragic. Now, I'm not saying that there's a particular reason that hat store got hit. I'm not saying that at all.
Oh, it might have been Ralph's crew.
A particular line of merchandise might have enraged somebody. Not saying that at all. But if you'd like a wonderful T-shirt, mug, or hat, or sticker, be sure to check out the still ongoing Deadbeat Dad collection over at the Selfie store. Link in the description. Oh my God! Please buy my merchandise. Buy all of it. All of it. We do have one minor piece of Ralph news before we get to something that's more entertaining. You know, one minor piece. So, I don't know. He's worshiping the devil now, apparently. Like, you turn your back for a minute and it's just nonstop crazy shit. So, something
guys,
about Moloch.
Medicur's crew really hates Ralph. And then I think Fuentes by extension, because somehow they got drafted into it because of all the Fuentes drama. Maybe. Take everything I say with a grain of salt. I don't follow all these guys close enough to know. There's like intricate drama upon drama upon drama for these dudes.
Is a devil worshiper? Apparently had a fight with the people over at one of the streaming platforms, Odyssey. Decided to leak some DMs. But in the DMs, Ralph is talking about, well, you know, I was just thinking about worshiping the devil. You know, that's a good... Chandra, what a good time to bring that up. I've been sitting over here thinking, maybe I'm going to worship the devil. Moloch, okay. Let's... Oh, well, Lucifer sounds like...
Medicur hate me? No, I don't think so. I think we're on good terms. I think I'm on good terms with almost all of these people right now. With Fuentes, with Medicur's crew, not with Keffels. But I think for the most part. There's also a new Crucible, Comfy versus Cozy. Oh, yeah, because the Big Papa Fash is starting his own online streaming thingamabobber. Can I just build this right here? Do you think I could do that? I think we can.
Oh, it's a Gmail account. All right. So he had to delete the tweet. Didn't turn out the best. I'm not even going to blame the Moloch guy, the devil worshiper. Not even his fault. He was probably stunned. Imagine being a demonologist. You know, all these creatures with red skin and horns and shit. And then here comes four-titted, double-stomached, truffle-hunting Ralph. He probably thought that was some shit from another dimension. Like some Cthulhian demon he's never heard of. Trying to catch it like a fucking Pokemon. Poor Moloch guy probably got scared shitless. Demons aren't supposed to look like that. What the fuck is this? Running for cover and shit. Lose my email. So, yeah, Ralph's out there worshiping Satan. There's your Ralph update. I love the devil. I email Moloch anytime I can think, whenever I got some trouble.
Did BPF just copy Comfy TV straight from Cozy TV, or was it the other way around? No, they probably... I don't know how they would have copied it if they're all using like some similar code base. I don't know what Cozy's story is or anything, so... But yeah, it's obviously going to be a clone-ish thing, right? It's called Comfy TV, right?
Sandra, I was just thinking of talking to the demons. Oh, Ralph, what are you doing? What are you doing, you stupid fucker? Okay, there you go. We summed up Ralph's month in 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Oh, and Nick Fuentes, let's sum that up in a minute and a half. What was it? Latino Zoomer got arrested. It's one of the Groypers, got arrested for, what was it? Terroristic threats and having child pornography. And then other Groypers are getting arrested. Mysteriously. Not saying that's Baked Alaska, but maybe it's Baked Alaska. Maybe it's got a little bit to do with Baked. I don't know. Got me thinking over here. Baked signs a plea deal, starts talking to Justice Department. Everybody's getting arrested. Real coincidental timing. But it's a mystery. All right, well, there we go. We summed up Ralph and Nick. Let them fade into irrelevance. And we'll check back in December at the Honky Tonk Jamboree. Nick, are you going to a Honky Tonk Jamboree? What the fuck happened to you, bro? You're going to a VFW Honky Tonk Jamboree. They're going to be square dancing and shit there. I thought you're a Chicago boy. Other interesting news, Kiwi Farms has been down. We'll get to the main reason as to why that is here in just a second. But I love the fact that the second Kiwi Farms goes down, people lose their shit and just start saying anything. Just anything. They'll throw anything at the wall. and it just runs wild. Apparently, Chris Chan has escaped confinement. This has been something that's been trending on Twitter for like a week. Everybody has a variation of the story of Chris Chan squeezing out of his fucking cell house window, running down the street, avoiding law enforcement. You can't stop me. Chan's on the loose. He's got onion rings. He's treating them like fucking little gold rings from Sonic, fleeing down the fucking freeway, meth out of his head. And the best part is all the news coverage on it is like, well, we don't know if this is true, but people seem to think it's true, so I guess maybe. I've never seen journalists say that before. I saw like 3 or 4 articles. Maybe he did. What do you mean maybe he did? What kind of fucking journalist are you? Maybe Chris Chan escaped from fucking prison? Do you want to call the USA Today fact checkers for that? Well, maybe. Maybe Chris Chan has escaped captivity. We're not 100% certain. Call the fucking jail. What, you think he's hiding at the old pickle factory? Oh, Chris is on the loose. Wherever could he be? Oh, the old pickle factory. They'll never find him there. No, I'm fairly certain Chris is still in custody. And if he has somehow found his way out of captivity and he's just living the life, running down freeways and shit, please film that and put it on social media. Because I want to, it's like a capstone. I want to watch it. It's like, where's Waldo? Instead of where's Waldo, it's where's Weirdo. Where's Chris Chan fled to? Oh, the old pickle factory, of course. God, absolutely love social media. They'll just run with fucking anything. Speaking of stuff, I think we got to talk about my boy, the Felted Phoenix, Andy Worski, had his boxing match. If you remember, about 3-4 months back, Keemstar had tried to set up a boxing match between Andy Worski and Ethan Ralph. Now, Ralph needed permission, and I wouldn't sign his permission slip. Oh, Daddy Jim, can I box the Felted Phoenix? And since I didn't give him an answer, he decided I'm not going to do it. Andy, on the other hand, was still gung-ho about it. So Keemstar, which was nice of him, set Andy up with somebody else. He decided to set him up with somebody who knows how to box. Real nice, Keemstar. Andy's what you'd call a sacrifice. Andy is a human sacrifice that Keemstar set out into that ring for everybody's amusement. Can we get a round of applause for Keemstar? Keemstar let us watch a filmed murder take place at the O2 Arena in London. Keemstar woke up one day and said,
"What round did Worski go down in
how
again?
hard can I get Andy Worski hit? Let's find out. Call up Salt Poppy. Call up Salt Poppy, and let's have Andy Worski get the shit kicked out of him." Do you know?
It was actually 25 seconds in on the first
round.
round.
Andy Worski now than Andy Worski was standing inside the fucking boxing ring.
Oh, rip.
Straight facts. Straight facts. Oh, everybody, look at all the applause, Andy. Andy, everybody's clapping. Thank you, Keemstar. What a showman. He knows how to put on a show. Now, it's tragic because Andy needed the money for the baby. Ashton, I can hear the baby moving.
Damn, does Andy really have a child?
I'm going to knock out Salt Poppy, and we're going to build the most beautiful crib together. Oh, I can hear the baby in your tummy right now. I'm going to win the belt, Ashton. I think we should have known things were going to go tits up for Andy when the stream that he did, like, directly before the boxing event was them getting shit-faced drunk and cooking. Well, could you call it cooking? Eating raw bacon. Here's Andy's fight prep for his fight. Half a bottle of liquor and about half a pound of raw bacon. And then he's flying out to London to get into a boxing match with a dude that knows how to throw a punch. Fucking amazing. Oh, Andy. I'm not sure who at the gym told you that, but I think they might have been fucking with you. I don't know if, half a pound of raw bacon and half a bottle of whiskey, or whatever it was probably the best pregame fucking pump-up for your boxing match. That live stream, very entertaining, though. I did enjoy it quite a bit. Now, Andy, this was a legitimately big event. Like, they had press conferences set up. The O2 Arena is really big. For one of the commentators and, all the footage that you could see of it, it looked like they had sold quite a few seats. And I think they had said somewhere between, 30 or 40,000.
Damn.
30 or 40,000 people in attendance at this thing. There's Andy in the bottom right. He won't even look at the cameras. He knows Keemstar has set him up as a sacrifice. Look at him. He's got his head down, tilted. He doesn't want to look at anybody directly. He's like, oh my God, Keemstar's trying to get me fucking murdered. Keemstar has set me up to be killed. But there he is. Huge press event, sold out arena. I mean, if you look at the live stream numbers from their public YouTube channel right before the boxing match, right when they had Andy up there, 60,000 people watching just on the live preview. So I'm not sure how many pay-per-view buy-ins they got, but 30 to 40,000 ticket seats, probably 100,000 buy-ins for Dazin. Is that it? Dazin? Dazzlin. I don't know how you pronounce it. Dazin. X Series, whatever. But, Andy's hyped. He's going to go in there. Now, I would love to show you footage of the boxing match, but, everybody's getting copyright struck on it. So, I had to come up with a creative way to recreate this for you. Don't worry, you're not missing much. Uh-oh. Is my stream going down? I seem to be having stream connection issues, chat.